Welcome back to Dice Revolution, our 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons stream. Today I'm joined by Devin, Olivia, Rain, Jordan, and Stuart. We're unfortunately down Hamish. Very sad, but he is with us in spirit. Anywho, I believe we're at the top of a new run of board games / video games recommendations.
Yep, and the person this time is Stuart!
Yay! I don't think of my life. I haven't taken the time to go and fucking explore 3 new board games and video games.
What do you mean? It doesn't need to be new.
That's the
yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
You and Luke.
I mean, it doesn't need to be new as in, it doesn't need to have come out recently or anything. It just needs to be new to our list.
Yes.
Okay.
There are millions of games.
Yeah, but all he plays is Slay the Spire.
No, I played Slay the Spire today, and you happened to catch me in that, which is very...
You also played it yesterday?
That was different. I was downloading yesterday.
But yes, Stuart will give us a lovely board game / video game recommendation at the end of the stream. Look at him search them up.
Yeah.
New
Video
games.
What are video games? Wait, shit, this is Google.
Today I'm recommending Tetris.
They're making a movie about Tetris.
Hang on, Tetris on the
But it's
list
about
now.
it's not as crazy as it sounds. It's about the making.
They didn't
of
say the one I
Tetris.
was going to say.
Still, I don't think that Tetris needs a movie.
Well, it does have a very interesting backstory because of all the Russian government shit. It's actually kind of crazy.
Tetris.
There's a bunch of Russian government shit that was involved in the start of Tetris.
Who is I never know how to pronounce his name. Ansel Elgort?
Oh yeah?
Yeah, is that his name? Yeah, he's the lead. No? Is that not how you pronounce it?
No, we don't like it. It's so weird.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they're putting
We
him in
don't-
movies again. but
Yeah.
damn, This early?
Anyways.
Anyways, let's jump into a recap.
Woohoo.
Last session, we resolved the wish that Tilly made, where they wished that the connections of the Gaians to the hive mind were severed, but untethered to any one thing. The wish resolved that particular aspect by reconnecting them with Tilly after they all underwent transformations, returning to their previous forms in whatever way they could. The wish trying to resolve Tilly's newfound consciousness with their previously programmed automaton nature converted Tilly to a warforged, giving them an advanced construction and a new Aether power source to replace the Gaia stone that they had ejected from themselves. Severely weakened by the transformation and the casting of the wish, though not losing the ability to cast wish altogether, Tilly took to have some rest, while the remainder of the party resolved the last bits and pieces of business at the little town in Naya, where they played a bit more hide and seek. Some people melded with stone. Some kids dissed metal real bad. And
I sent a kid to the Shadow Realm for a minute.
yes, a kid was banished twice. Victus became a surfer dude and decided to stay in Naya to plant more plants and to fight the good fight for the little folk, the ones that could not defend themselves. But Victus also promised that when you need him, he will be there.
But see, use that money wisely. That's right, I spent money on feeding people. Imagine eating food. Alright, buddy? Yeah, poor fortune.
Lapis found a new addiction in having several members of the Wandering Stars read bedtime stories to them. And one of the kids, a particularly climbing addicted kid, tried to sneak onto the Wandering Star, only to find that Victus wasn't staying. So he left with
That would have worked as well. We would have had another fucking pick me up.
But yeah. The session continued with you guys returning to Zorana, to the city of Eris, to follow up on previous leads and unfinished business, where you were met by aspects of Kinos and Grant after having discussed the resignation from captaincy of Train and the new found appointment of Tywin as captain.
So if she just resigned all this much earlier, we could have got this over and done with.
And
you're able to see your mum and everything.
if I remember correctly, you had cast Ceremony and Greater Restoration. Greater Restoration having a more immediate impact, and the
Ceremony, hopefully that's a fine
was
piece.
what triggered the calmer aspects of Kinos and Guards to appear, where they informed you that they had, after some searching, divined the location of your mother, who had no anchor to be found because she did not remember you, but she had been located, and that if you wanted to visit her, you could. You were subsequently teleported to a small trade town on the outskirts of Io, where you met Trey's mother. Bought a few knickknacks from her with very gracious spending, and eventually returned with a very upset chicken.
Yeah. Yeah, I got packed quite a bit. That is the time.
We pick up today with the aspects of Kinos and Grat having just vanished into the ether, and you, in the meeting room of the Wandering Star, having just landed, you can hear Rosalind somewhere on the top deck negotiating with the what's the word? The
Harbour Master?
yeah, the Harbour Master about landing and figuring all of that stuff out. But I believe, let me just check my counter, I believe there are 16 days.
16 days.
There are
yeah.
16 days remaining to the meeting between the government officials of Arin and Zarana on an undisclosed location.
That's at least like 4 things of battle royale. Battle. What's it called?
Right,
Battle Arena.
Battle Arena, yeah.
That's it.
So someone said Fortnite, and I was like, huh?
What's that?
Yeah, I'm out of it today, but I am regularly impressed by how quietly you need to pray to receive contact from literal deities, by the way. I was like, yes, be blessed and receive peace, and then 2 gods turn up and spirit us away.
Feel
And I'm
like,
like,
damn.
yeah, but I have to put in for just very small things as eclipsed. Typical
Vanta approaches you.
nepotism.
She made a perception check at the end of last session about something with Kanos that never
True,
got
actually,
resolved.
Yes, but yeah, I will resolve that as well.
Yeah.
But Vanta approaches you and says, "So, you know the discussion we had about your Clementine?"
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, this is like hushed away from everyone. I'm gonna do some scouting. I'm gonna figure out the weakness and what things that we can exploit.
That would be very nice of you to do.
I think this one's a solid mission here. I don't want to draw the distraction. I don't want to draw the ire of Solomon. So, if you go, you'll know something about related to you. So I'll be the one to go.
I like that Brandon and you're doing. It's nice of you to do that.
Just keep them distracted.
I will.
I don't know, dude.
Thank you. I don't know, then she just walks away.
Yeah, she walks away. And then, what was you? Do you remember what your perception check was? I think it was a 14.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, roughly.
It was pretty decent.
It was a very middle.
Okay. I need you to just roll me a flat d20 with no addition.
You having red.
Should I use my spicy dice?
Sorry, I'm a bit allergic to spice right now.
Not bad, not bad.
Nice.
I got a 3.
Stop. These are real good.
In the same way that this one lords the fact that they can't read the dice that I got them over it, then that's your reward. Kindness should be repaid in kind.
So, amongst the many, you remember this. Think this is more like a you thinking back on what you saw, because I forgot to reveal it to you last session. But thinking back on all of the tattoos that adorn Kinos, in that shifting mosaic that was etched into his skin, you vaguely remember seeing the word lapis in primordial on his skin. And then yeah, like as those letters shifted away, a new image appeared, a map of X2 And what you saw was centered around here. You saw that there used to be more landmass here, and the thing that triggered the volcanic explosion was a planar quake that took the region of that like circular region and cut it out and swapped it out for water.
I see. I think as we're all just like recollecting ourselves from that thing, Lapis will kind of, and if Kanos is like bored up, Lapis will like, think about it. And you see her like kind of, her eyes kind of just like scanning nothing until you see her like, her eyes kind of just go into this, I see, kind of look. She just goes, well now that we're back home, I have some stuff I've got to get done, so I'm gonna go, but if you guys need me, I'll be around. You can shout for me pretty easy.
You're not returning to see that criminal, are you?
What time is it?
We'll say it is the start of the new day, so 10 a.m., 9 a.m.
No, I have something just as important, but not ghastly, don't worry.
Sure, go nuts.
I'm gonna head to like a library or something.
We should check in on whatever news has been going on here while we were gone.
I have already dispatched letters requesting a meeting with Aether to bring us up to speed.
That's good.
I am sure that, given our landing, we will soon be attended.
Stent has been probably keeping an eye on things.
As a reminder, on the topic of Stent, Tilly, you still have a question about the Oracle, should you wish to ask it?
Yes.
Trey, you have both. Vanta's not here, but Vanta has one about Beyond Enriya, and Solomon, you have both.
And Stent didn't know about what was going on over in Naya, did they?
Stent knew that something was going on, but not
not
enough
specific.
detail to speak on the matter.
Cool. Maybe we should go fill them in on that whole thing of elemental chaos and all, which will not be only confined to the plane. That'd be healthy.
Yeah, seems like a good idea.
I haven't got my head on to roleplay today, by the way, gang. I'm gonna have a hard time. But
It's okay. It's alright. We'll get
we've
through
got to
it.
go do that. And Tywin, now that Lapis has left, I have a request of you.
Okay, sure.
I am reliably concerned about her association with this inmate, one she visits regularly and has been for some time. I am obviously not equipped to judge his character, given his position. I will see him as little more than a criminal.
I thought that would have been your judge of his character. I didn't think you'd know. You'd be self-aware enough to realize that you can't judge his character like that.
Do not mistake me. I still believe if he has been convicted and interred there, he is guilty of crime and not to be trusted. That being said, given my time with present company, I understand that not all criminals are necessarily evil.
Like whom?
Like you, Tyrone.
Oh, good.
To be blunt, you are a criminal of high order, paid to kill.
I'm not from the Order.
Indeed.
Don't you dare accuse me. I'm not. I quickly hide my Order pin.
I need you to interrogate this boy. Determine exactly what relationship he has with Lapis, what his intentions are, and the likelihood of him reoffending once he leaves this prison.
Yeah, I mean, I can. What do you hope to gain out of this if I give him the okay?
Very little at this stage, but given his relationship with Lapis, it must be investigated.
Alright.
I do not believe this is something we must sit idly by and watch. There is action to be taken.
Well, I wanted to talk to the dude anyway, so sure.
Good. You now have my blessing to do so. I will arrange via my connections for you to be granted an audience with him.
Oh, that's good. I was just gonna.
Going to what?
I was going to try to ask them politely if I could go see them, but
It will not be an official meeting, more of a visit.
oh, good. Mine wouldn't have been an official meeting either.
Indeed. I trust you will use the means necessary. I await your information.
Marcus, I'm a feeling of like something's wrong. I can feel it.
Matt, you're going to the library. Speaking of, what are the two of you up to?
This is instinctual.
What does your bird say about being back here where it got awakened, huh? The talking bird. I see it on the crow's nest. It insists upon defecating exactly where I stand. Its armor takes some time to clean, and the acrid nature of its deposits are rather inconvenient. You will soon come to
Don't worry,
find...
mate. I see you too,
the
and I keep
problem-
shitting on you because you keep polishing yourself and making yourself shinier.
Yeah, I was going to say he's
a...
attracted to shining things, so the fact that you
Each
keep
time I
yourself
shit on
clean,
you,
Well-
you clean yourself up better than before.
On the context of... Quiet you. On the context of keeping myself clean, Tilly, I believe you need an education on how to maintain your new form. And indeed, given your weak state... And Solomon, lifts up one of your arms.
I think it's past the amount of days now. Because
Yes, so what's
we
your
had like a
strength?
6-day travel.
Yeah, it took us like more
Yeah.
than
Okay,
5
so
minutes
what's your
to get
strength score?
Now it's 9.
So, given your weak state...
Oh wow, you're so strong.
I believe that we can make improvements similar to the way that I have modified my form, while mine is far more rudimentary than yours. You are now subject to the great glory of the Forge itself. You have the ability to change, adapt, and improve. I was not privy to that nature if you were in the same state as a plant forge, but now, should you wish to modify yourself or to receive modifications, I would be happy to assist. I suggest we start with these and replace this servos entirely. The lack of armor in this area is defunct. The Aether is imperfect. Anyway, that's just an idea. If you'd like me to make you some plate armor, I'm sure you could. It would be modified. You may be able to lift it in time. We shall see.
I understood half the words you said, but I aware enough that I couldn't handle plate armor before. I think that has changed, but if you'd like to,
We should at least see to polishing out this corrosion, should we not?
Oh yes, of course.
I'm sure while you nor I need clothing nor garments, it may benefit you to present more properly as an appearance.
Yo, we're making Big Man shiny. Let's go.
Yes, maybe then he will be attracted to you as well.
On second thoughts,
Anyway, that's all I've got to say. Better go talk to Aether and get all this information, and then also organise another bout of battle arena. That's important. Show people we're not scared. I really think it is, guys. I swear, it's like in that Legend of Horror.
You don't have to convince me.
Ian Lapis.
I'm down for it.
Lapis runs back.
I heard that.
Me at the library doing nerd shit and I hear the word battle arena.
I
So
want to read like a nerd. Actually,
you go to the library. What are you intending?
actually, did I figure out what those articles?
Well, at the library, roll an investigation check.
That's
Are you proficient in investigation?
No.
Okay. Well, then you just.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Then you.
Expertise.
Oh, expertise.
I forgot.
19.
But 29. No, it's gonna be shit.
You
It's the first one.
you open the door. Lights.
Light shines out of my eyes. I need to find the book. Kanos just fucking hands her the now instead. She sends a book.
The book is just like at your feet as soon as you open the door. Like, oh. That's so funny.
As you look to previous geographical maps of the area, the section that was kind of quite away, there's a whole bunch of islands there, but based on your 29 and what you previously remember, there's only a few volcanic islands, so it's easy enough to narrow down which one you would have hailed from. A island called Winderfort K, so Winderforte.
W-I-N-D-E-R
Forte.
Winterfort.
Key.
Ah, fuck. It's spelled like,
Quay.
yeah, like circular key
Yeah.
in Sydney. So I deduce I'm from Winterfort Key.
Yeah. And yeah, like based on what again on the 29, you find that there was a volcano there that was dormant, but the magical disturbances of the planar quake reignited and reactivated the volcano, causing the entire planet the entire island to be either evacuated or people died there. And as the entire region planar quaked away, it was replaced with ocean as is present on the current map.
And she will just to confirm it for me and let us say it outright. That was just like, so it's all gone. There is no Winterfort Key in there.
Well, again, with the 29, you can deduce that it's somewhere on X1.
You know that XPC gift that I sent you?
Yeah.
Her face, she just does that. She has like a regular face and it just turns completely like fuck.
Solemn.
I will put it in the movie.
But yeah, no. So based on your 29, it used to be somewhere in that verdant ring, and it got teleported out by a planar quake, and presumably somewhere on X1 lies your prior home.
She just has that face and she just gets up, she's gonna die. She's like, there's nothing left for me.
Fuck did you do that so quickly? I didn't even see you touch your keyboard. You were just talking about it and I looked down and there's a notification from Devin sending a meme to all of us.
It's already in there. Like,
She memes in her sleep.
actually, you know what? Maybe I do a quick stop at Boris just before I go.
That's a bit many.
No, I was considered. Marcus would have considered, but she's busy, so she won't.
No, if you want to go, feel free to. Do you want to go?
Yeah, actually, she should because she would have
Okay.
sent a letter being like, "Hey, I'm about to go on this
I don't
dangerous
know if I'm
mission."
gonna come back.
Yeah,
now you're
because I
back.
just realized that she
Yeah,
would. She'd
fair
be
enough.
like, "Oh fuck."
Well, Tywin will beat you there. So Tywin.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Not trying to be meta, I swear.
I know.
Okay, is this the prison? Is that what we're
Yeah.
doing
So
now?
you arrive at the prison.
Okay, alright.
You're received by someone who has
Name.
received letters from the Arbiters and said that you've basically got permission in an unofficial but recognized capacity to have a chat with this prisoner.
Lexington,
Right. Any weapons?
tons.
He kind of like hands you like a crate.
I don't need any more.
Weapons in there.
Even if I promise not to use them? Like, I like to use...
In the box.
Fucking hell. I, like, look at the crossbow for a second and I go... Can I come back in like 5 minutes?
Are you only talking to the inmate for 5 minutes?
What?
How long were you planning on talking to the inmate for?
I don't know, like...
Well, you can come get them once you're done with him.
I just don't want to leave my things in a box.
Okay. He kind of pulls over a trash can.
I will be back in 5 minutes.
Roll a persuasion check at disadvantage.
Disadvantage?
Pain.
Here's a question.
Uh-huh.
You get a dagger that comes back to you, right?
Yeah.
Tywin is holding back
Yeah.
pain.
So I if I want, I can have a weapon at any time. 19.
Oh?
I'm persuasive motherfucker.
Listen, this is just protocol. Weapons in the box or weapons in the bin. Your choice.
But I'm not taking them inside. I'm going to be going and just dropping them off with a friend and then coming back here. That's what I'm saying.
You're going to give them to someone else.
Yeah, I just don't want to leave them here with you.
Okay, go give them to someone else. Come back.
Okay. I go outside. I'll just quickly like give them to Tealy or some shit. Here. Take all my shit. Don't let anyone else touch them. If Vanta comes near and tries to take it from you, fucking shoot her. Captain's order.
Roll a perception check.
Suggestion. I'm casting suggestion.
18.
Are you there as well? Apparently now, so roll a perception check.
You're there now. You gotta roll.
You're there now, so roll a perception check.
Okay. 17. Oh wait, plus something because
Oh shit, yeah.
jack of all trades. 19.
Roll a stealth check.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh. Hold on. Forgot to my thing. Sorry.
Can she roll lower than an 18?
I don't think so.
No.
She's good.
No, like, what's your passive perception? You just
Not that high.
There you go.
The only person with like a passive roll of 20, I think, is
Is
Lapis.
there?
He's the one doing
18 and passive.
So to describe the order of events, you arrive at the prison, and you see Tywin like rocking out and give that shit to Tilly. Tilly's just standing like sitting on a bench or something. And you see Tywin head back in. You head back in.
Yeah, I head back in. Okay, alright.
Lapis just said, "Oh,
No weapons. You can pat me down if you want.
Don't need to walk through the gate.
Okay. I walk through the gate. Man,
Yeah.
if there's no need to, I might as well kept my fucking weapons on me.
Why does he have 11 daggers?
Yeah, can Tilly move?
You see him get out from behind his desk and unlock the metal barred gate in front of you and lead you in towards like one of those plexiglass paneled areas where
oh, fuck."
Imagine Lapis going in. He's like, sorry,
Hold on.
one visitor at a time. She's like, oh.
and then you see like from the other side a guard bring this somewhat stocky late teens kid gets brought out. It seems like he has like a bit of a like. He doesn't look like he like runs the place, but he definitely looks like he's been in a fight or two and can hold his own. And he kind of like sits down in front of you, eyes you up.
I would like turn the chair around and sit on it backwards as I lean forward.
And who are you supposed to be?
My name's Tywin.
Right. I think Lapis has talked about it.
Yeah. I'm the captain of the ship that Lapis is on. And she's talked about you a little bit. What's your name again, kid?
Garrister.
Garrister?
Garrister.
Gorister. Right. So, look, we all care about Lapis a lot. I'm just trying to get a vibe of the types of
Really
people that she's
care about
around. Yeah?
And you let her come on these dangerous missions with you?
Right.
Do you really know Lapis? You think we can let that girl do anything?
All I know is that the places she's going on, they're dangerous.
Yeah, I know. Trust me, we
And I
made
know,
that very clear beforehand.
And I know that she's impulsive, but I was hoping as the captain of the ship, you'd be able to talk some sense into her.
I've been the captain for less than 24 hours.
Fair enough. What can I do for you?
Tell me about how you landed yourself in here.
Well, I live in an unsavory part of town, and Lapis wanted to learn how to fight. She wanted to protect herself, and I wanted to give her the tools that she needed to do that. So I walked into a store and politely requested some weapons free of charge, and when they denied, I took them.
Wouldn't giving Lapis weapons be, getting her into danger?
I was getting her weapons so that she would stay here and protect herself. But clearly she had other aspirations.
Okay.
And for the record, I would do it again if it meant protecting the people of Makrib.
Look, I don't give a damn about if you steal some shit. As far as I'm concerned, that's barely a crime. What I care about is what else you would do. What else have you done?
Roll just a general either intimidation or persuasion.
I'll make it persuasion for now. 14.
What lengths I'm willing to go to? For Lapis, there isn't a limit. The truth of the matter is, law enforcement doesn't care about people like us. And so I don't have any love for them.
Look, kid, I get it. Okay? I mean, you're on the bottom, I was on the bottom. And when you're down there, you feel like everyone above you just wants to keep you down. And you start making excuses for yourself, I get it.
It's not even that they want to keep us down, it's that we don't exist to them. And we will never exist to them.
Okay? Have you ever killed someone?
No.
Will ya?
Depends on who it's for.
Lapis asked you to kill someone, would you do it?
Not on a whim.
Okay. Someone killed someone close to her. She asked you to handle it. Do you do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone killed someone close to her. She doesn't ask you to handle it. Do you do it?
No.
Why not?
Check.
Okay. 17.
From what you can decide you can do. What was your question?
Why not?
Because I want to provide her closure, and if that's not what she's looking for, then she clearly knows that.
What's your biggest regret?
Leaving my brother without someone to protect him.
You've met their family, haven't you?
Spied on him.
Yeah, met is a very strong word for what I did. Who's your brother?
Joey is just... He's this tall. Scrawny little kid.
Your parents still around?
Yeah. If you've been in my position, you know what they can be like. It's exhausting. And
What did your parents teach you? 'Cause when I was a kid, my mother is the one who taught me to kill. And my dad, he didn't really give a fuck about me. Hence, this.
that's just it. They didn't teach me. They were there, but on a cosmetic level. I look out for Joey, I look out for Lapis, I look out for all of the other kids in my neighborhood that can't protect themselves, and that's it. If you're asking me, would I hurt someone to protect them? If they came on my turf? Absolutely. Would I go out of my way to start a fight? Absolutely not. I've already left Joey once, I'm not doing it again.
Okay. Why do you care about Lapis? Specifically. Tell me what you think about her.
She's passionate, she's driven. She's a little impulsive, but
Use your I statements, kid. What do you think about her? Not what she is.
stop looking at me.
Where else do we look?
I want her to succeed. I want her to continue doing great things. I get worried when she goes out on those adventures with you guys. Her last letter to me, she said she didn't know she was coming back. And now, hit like a truck.
Okay, but you know she can make her own decisions, right?
Of course I fucking know that. But that doesn't mean it makes it any easier.
Yeah, well. Are you the best person you could be?
No.
Good. Are you gonna be that person one day?
I hope so.
How are you gonna get there?
Continue looking out for the ones I love. And look, I ain't doing any like major turnaround. I'm not becoming one of those fucking colored folk. I'm not doing that. But I will. I'm almost done with my sentence.
I would think so. You did a small crime. How long you got left?
Only a couple of months.
Well, I guess we'll see about that. Look, if you were to leave here today, what would you do?
Probably come with you, find where Lapis is. Tell her how much she means to me. Buy something real expensive.
You got cash?
Not here, at home, but
Family
got
rich or something?
no.
Anything else you're hiding from me? I'm very good at finding this stuff out.
Just shrugs.
You heard what's going on in the city recently?
Bits and pieces. Some inmates here and there talking about stuff.
What do you know?
Roll on a persuasion check. It's just a flat persuasion check.
17.
They're talking about some sort of big meeting. They're talking about something about a diversion. Whatever it is, it's very hush and but it's big. It's not your average day. They talk. Some of the folks in solitary. The guards rumor about them having gone crazy. Some weird mind shit. I don't know. It's way above my grade.
Ever heard of the Order?
In passing.
Insight?
Sure.
$18.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Not my boy. Not my boy.
I'd do anything to protect the ones around me.
Not my
I came
boy.
from the lower class period where
They're
people
not
were
gonna
oppressed
hear
in their
about us
slums.
ever. They
I'm
don't
gonna kill your
care.
boyfriend and it'll be just.
Not my boy. Not like this.
Not my boy.
Oh my god, my son.
Prison only makes criminals more likely to
Lapis is
recommit.
just about to give up. She's like, nah, I'm done. You're epic. Red flag.
What would be a weapon of choice if you had to kill someone?
Keep it simple. Dagger. Quick, easy to conceal.
Okay. Look, man, I don't know what to think of you. Yeah. I mean, you started off as kind of an asshole. But I get it, man. I see a little bit of myself in you. Just a bit. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing yet. Seems like your head's on straight, for the most part. It's not too big. Don't let it get any bigger. I stand up, turn the chair back to its regular orientation. We might talk again soon. Okay. And I'll walk out.
Yeah. You see Tyler emerge a few moments later to reconnect with Teal and get his shit back.
Give me my shit, give me my shit.
How do you
trying to
carry over?
I check all of my bag. See if everything's there. Jesus. Okay. Alright.
Fanta didn't show up. Are you expecting her or something?
Look, I don't know what she's gonna do. And I just don't want her touching my shit anymore.
Yeah.
I'm only letting you hold my crossbow because I can trust you not to do anything, okay? But if you do anything to my crossbow, you understand?
I know. I've seen. Yeah. If you did something to Vermilion, I don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. Fucking exactly. See, that's why you get to hold my crossbow. Because you fucking get it. Oh, alright. Let's go back to the ship. I need to talk to Solomon.
Well, Solomon would be at.
Solomon's at Aether, waiting for all of you if you want to come.
Oh, right. Well, then we'll go to Aether.
Yeah, he's just been like waiting in like a side room until someone can meet with him. Everyone else is doing productive stuff, and he's just like,
I
oh,
would just be there too.
Yes, bureaucracy is excellent, is it not, Fred? It gets so much stuff done. I'm very glad we don't have to wait very long.
I love lies.
This
So
could
who's
only-
going to Athos?
I am going to Aether.
yeah,
I am waiting
Are you
for.
going just going to Garster, or are you coming as well?
Because I'm gonna see Ghoster, but I don't think Lapis will be going to get out of this.
The four of you head to Athos,
Excellent.
where
I'm so glad we got that one guy that tried to kill him that one time. It really loosens them up.
you're gonna have to give up your weapons again.
yeah.
Fuck!
on entry, they on one of the walls they've got an image of you.
I think I try. Yeah, fair enough. There's a statue of me pointing a crossbow at Alan. It's bronzed into the city forever.
The hunter's folly.
I think
Weapons.
I trust it more here in a government building than I do. I've seen your security; it's good.
Prison's a government building.
Yeah, but I don't know how good their security is because I've escaped from their prison, but I haven't. But I was fucked over by their security around them.
That's always the leader.
Solomon, can I talk to you?
I believe we're only 13th in line to talk with
Yeah,
the
I know. We got
representative
plenty
that
of
can
time.
schedule
We
us
got
to talk with
plenty of
Aleph
fucking time.
delegate. But
This won't
as-
take long. I'm giving you an update on what you sent me to do.
Ah, indeed.
Okay, we'll move to the side.
Hold our place in line, please, Trey. Otherwise, we could be here for another 6 to 4 hours.
6 to 4.
6 to 4.
I believe.
I said 64.
Yes.
Alright, I talked to Garster or whatever the fuck his name was.
It does sound unpleasant, but no more than any other mortal name.
Yeah,
Do you believe his presence around Lapis will be a positive influence on her already chaotic nature?
look, I don't think those two are gonna be going, to choir practice every week. They're not gonna be skipping through flowers, but
Indeed.
goes without saying, Tywin.
I don't understand what that means, but okay.
But I mean, the guy does care about her, and from what I can tell, he hasn't done anything too shitty. I mean, definitely seems like a better guy than I was at that age. I don't know, he's a bit of a dick at times, occasionally, but that might have just been his tone. Sometimes people say I come off like that in the same way. It was mostly fine. I talked to him about the order.
What?
Just like
The
I
boy
mentioned.
has
it.
connections to the Order?
No. Or
No,
I don't
I
think
beg
so.
your pardon, Tywin. Are you suggesting that Lapis is not only
Are
consorting
you gonna
with...
listen to me?
I am. I fail to understand what you have said to me.
Okay, well listen to the full fucking sentences and then you might understand it. I talked to him, asking him what he knew about the Order, and he said not much. And I think that's mostly true, but I don't know, I got a feeling there was a little bit more. I don't think the guy's a part of the Order or anything.
He has not been
But maybe-
indoctrinated while imprisoned.
Sorry? I don't think so. I think we would have seen more signs of that, but I think maybe he knew someone who was a part of it or something. He's embarrassed about it. I don't know. He just might know something, but I didn't want to push it at the time, push my luck. I don't think he's dangerous if he gets out of prison, but once he does, maybe he has some information that, you might be able to use your magic voodoo to get out of him.
Indeed. I will question him myself before deciding whether or not his company is suitable for Lapis. That will take some time, however. Until then, thank you for your judgment in this matter, Tyler.
For the most part, he's fine.
I am sure we will do the best by Lapis.
Okay.
Hey, what do you think they're on about? I just came back from the prison with Tywin. I don't know. He hasn't said what he was doing there.
Who knows? My guess is either between something that's real important, prison authority, whatever duty, or the fact that Tyrant's crossbow is still kind of fucked.
Yeah, that did happen.
Yeah, Vanta was in the shrine room earlier, just kind of breaking a spear. I don't know, but
Before Vanta, I don't know if you have memory of this, but she was also helping your weird versions.
yeah, she mentioned something about that. I don't.
I need to check on Vanta ourselves.
Potentially.
Just destroying a spear. Nothing else, just breaking a spear.
Yeah. Why in that room? Maybe just because I go in there quite often, but like,
Could be.
yeah. Knowing that Vanta most probably did something to Tyron's crossbow and then kind of seeing if it continues to work is kind of a...
Is degrading pieces of weapon a form of worship? I know some people worship in different ways. Solomon makes things, Vanta could destroy things.
I also unmake items. It is a common practice to believe that it is only creation, but it is really the shaping of the material realm which is...
Solomon, we're
I
having a
heard-
conversation.
I heard that when you speak more, we get pushed back into the back of the line.
I was not aware of this
Yeah.
protocol. I will inquire with the clerk at the desk once we reach them.
It's okay.
Yes, we've gone from the 11th to the 15th in the line.
We'll
because
just
some people have been
silently.
going in, even though 5 people came
Yeah.
out anyway.
I believe they,
They
have what
arrived-
is called
they
a
arrived
priority
later than us,
pass.
too.
They have been
Yeah.
And they were already through.
What's
I
all
have
this
never
fucking
listened.
paperwork? Why do I have to write my name 8 times on this sheet? Why isn't once fine enough?
Eventually. Eventually, you guys are escorted to a central meeting hall where there is where there are 4 individuals seated at the table. Obviously, War President Alathor Silva, Head of Intelligence and International Relations, Savannah Stent is also at the table. A man you have seen once before when you were met at the wandering star itself, though you did not catch his name.
He was the one that came to deliver the bodies of the Warforged, or something?
No, this is a different man. And then a fourth individual, a woman who you also do not recognize.
Human woman?
She would be known. She essentially has like a high chair to be at the same elevation as everyone else.
Did we tell Stent or Alethil, after that changeling broke into our ship, after we broke into the tower? Was that after?
Changeling? It was a tiefling.
It was
Well,
that was
tiefling
before I was
became
here, so I can't answer that. I was away as a person. I was there as a character,
okay.
but I was also doing some busy things. I was in one of these lines actually.
Yeah, did we tell anyone?
I don't.
If you want to do.
I don't remember.
Okay.
It's been a little while.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. Unless you hang on.
Okay, so yeah, Devlin has just announced that given the amount of time you would have spent talking in line, Lapis would have eventually caught up with you.
I feel like I should be
Yeah,
in this
that's-
situation.
Yeah, getting there is absolutely not the slow part.
So there are, yeah. So for everyone's benefit,
You see the photos of Thailand? It's crazy.
Um,
They love them.
there are these little placards in front of each of the members at the table. Obviously, Alethil Silvar is one of them. Zivena Stent being one of them. Godric Gorgon being another. And let me just find her surname and her first name. And then the fourth, the gnome woman is named Alessandra Goldblossom. Yeah. They have their titles in smaller writing beneath. War President being the first one, International Relations, there'll be Military General, and Alessandra is labelled as Leader of the Scout Corps. Alethil addresses you. Welcome one, welcome all. Please take a seat.
We thank you for taking this time to meet with us.
Bless you.
We have much to report from the continent of Naya. You will have gathered some of it from the letters I dispatched earlier.
Yes, we received a letter outlining the situation and have applied some investigation into the matter, though we cannot delay too many resources at this time,
Given the important state of affairs here in Zorana. If you wish to seek more information, I strongly recommend you have a discussion with Trey outside of these hours. They are the primary contact that we had within that region. Good relations and as such.
the leader of the Scouts pipes up. Yes, well, I will be sure to come into contact with you at a later date, should you wish to give us a debrief of the situation. Knowing what is going on there would be vital in our preparations for the upcoming meeting. With Sten's advisement, we've decided to compartmentalize the knowledge, so no one person knows the exact time, place, and other miscellany of the meeting. So, but when the meeting is upon us, the details will be made readily available. But until that time, the Council of Arin has decided, has concurred with us that this is the best way to make sure that no one person can be a saboteur.
Indeed.
What else do we fill these people in about? Have we talked to them about the fact that the Order's in space and it has dimensional portals throughout the city?
Because that would be really good. I'd love to start breaking down doors and eradicating houses that join to different planets. I suppose we could tell them a little bit about how our friend is no longer green, and neither are any of their friends either.
I think the plant forged issue has been sort of solved.
Godric pipes up. Whoa! Good. Excellent. Didn't need that on our plate, really, so.
Well, the Gaians still might invade. We just don't have their soldiers here. They're more...
Are you a spy?
No, they were trying to make me one. And they were also trying to make hundreds of other plant forged here.
Double cross? Triple cross?
I do not know what the number of crosses has
Just
to do with
instead,
this.
like being, oh god, in the background.
Well,
Leave the intelligence to the intelligent, please.
what I'm trying to ask is, are you a soldier for us, boy?
Yes, I'm
They're on our side. Don't worry about
a
them.
soldier for
Well, we all know where your allegiance lies, doesn't it?
Yeah, we do. I'm sitting in this fucking room despite all that happened.
Rest assured,
That's where my fucking allegiance lies.
our companions...
You think I want to fucking be here? This is boring as shit. I waited 16 hours in that fucking waiting room doing paperwork over and over.
The Wandering Stars has helped your continent immensely, despite what...
fucking Christ.
Yes, he's right, Godric. Pipe down.
Rest assured, our companions are well aligned with our goals. We will see peace come to both Erin and Zorana.
Then,
Time.
after your previous endeavors into the tower that you infiltrated, we've got some scientists hard at work at mining more information out, and there have been some more developments. I believe that one of you already discovered as such with your inquiries with the discs that we recovered, but this Project Wraith Knight that you speak of, it has plans, not completed, but plans for a weapon that can sever. It can sever arcane tethers. I believe you and your friend, who is not present with us, had requested this information, and we were able to find the schematics on such a weapon that would be able to locate and sever the tethers of such arcane means. The full extent of which I do not know.
What does that mean, Solomon? What's arcane tethers?
From my limited understanding, this is the weapon that the Order seeks to use to end all magic.
Oh, like the tethers that are tethering us to magic itself.
The ties that we invoke to draw magical power from the universe around us.
Does that have something to do with the Aether we want to spoke of? That is supposed to be the source of...
My limited understanding, yes. The two are dense, tightly coupled, though I cannot say I fully understand either.
For the ones that aren't trained in the arcane, she kind of like lifts up a glass and like kind of clinks it, and the reverberations come out. Similar to how we can create these waves of sound through our current medium when magic is invoked. There are intangible tethers that are tugged upon to create the forces. For example, if you want to create a fire, and she kind of like minor illusions of like a flame.
Praise be.
If you want to create a flame, then you are pulling on one of these tethers that would be specifically invoked with the magic of flame.
This weapon that can sever these tethers, how wide is their range of what? Like, can they just sever the entire world at once, or do they need to do like focused blasts?
If they attack it at the Aether, I am sure that they can take all of it out at once.
We've definitely seen them do it in a one-on-one basis, both in the stealing of magic and by the oracle just poking someone in the chest. And we generally assume that they want to do it on a large scale so they can control it themselves.
Yeah, and at this point, Godric pipes up again. Look, magic, don't know much about it, but from strictly a tactical point of view, if they want to, if they're trying to save, make their weapon as efficient as possible, they would try to minimize its uses but maximize its damage. What we need to think about what potential points that is, right?
We've already established. Was this city on like a magical fault line? It wasn't the ley lines or something that was specific. It was just the arrangement of the city in the original setup that they used to then
the
move it back and
Eklax
forth.
were
Yeah.
lacing the main roads with diamond dust.
What if we just move the city back to X2 again?
What?
X1 again.
What if we take the city and push it somewhere else?
We take the city, move it back to X1 for the meeting. Then the Order has no idea where we are.
That's
obviously
not
they've got-
going to stop the plan of getting rid of all the magic, buddy.
But it'll help with the peace meeting.
Either way, I wasn't sorry.
And
I was,
that's the main thing.
I was just thinking about what happens if I get two very small slits and project some magic tethers through it as to what pattern would emerge on the gold plane behind it. But that's purely out of conjecture, magic waves and all. And then if I shoot them one wave at a time.
The scout leader pipes up. Look, I think that we can, if with your help and your information, I reckon we can set up some not permanent barriers, but definitely hindrances for the Order, because a project this large requires lots of infrastructure and logistics, and they can't.
Regrettably, I believe that physical barriers are no longer of an object to the Order.
What do you mean?
They have means of transportation across planes.
The Eklax paved the way for the Order's advanced interplanar travel, and indeed, we believe it has culminated with them able to freely move between this plane, X1, and what was the moon called? And the moon, Ikoria.
And
You see, like
The Aether.
Alessandra's like face pale a little.
It is no small amount of information we have gleaned. I believe our companion Tilly has infiltrated it briefly. Through the tavern at blank? The Sly Beggar, I should write it in here, I write down all the taverns. Through a location originally found, a tavern by the name of the Sly Beggar.
though their actual portals to those places are placed there through a spell they can probably cast anywhere. I don't think they'd be there now if we visited.
Indeed, we surmise there is not one but many entry points for the Order, not only around the city, but around the planet and around other planes, which let them freely move between them, as though a network of rat holes. This information...
Tilly, dear, you've seen this nexus, yes?
Yes.
Would you... roughly how many locations are connected?
Each continent on both X1 and X2, one for the moon, and one for the Aether Leaf, which I'm sure is connected to what they're planning to do with Wake Night.
Well, I think dear Godric's plan has some merit. If we want to hinder the Order, one way to do that would be to take up the logistics. This nexus, it's based on what you're describing. I'm not sure, I haven't seen it myself, but based on what you're describing, it cannot be sustained by human means. Or obviously, someone casts a spell, but it's being sustained by something else.
Indeed, we believe that each of these portals projects their own entryway to it, but the main gate is located elsewhere and we are
But
connected.
what I mean to say is, while as Godric said, we need to make one decisive action, use minimal resources, and inflict the maximum damage. Yes. Taking out each of these doorways one by one is a global game of whack-a-mole. What we need to do is take out the nexus entirely. I think whatever sustains this nexus will be within the nexus itself, heavily guarded, I assume, but should you be able to destroy it, that would be a massive blow to their interplanetary shenanigans. Those trapped on Ikoria would remain there. Those trapped on X1 and X2 would remain there. Select powerful mages would be able to transport a few members at a time, but this is essentially a station, and if you take down the station, massive amounts of transit will stop for them. I concur.
It's not a bad idea.
Pipes up Alessandro. Yes, this is a plan I can get behind. One coordinated strike.
We've managed to break in once.
If you were one person,
Indeed, it was
we
by
would be
ship.
sending in a significant force.
Yeah, and I set off some alarm bells when we first tried to sneak in.
We were contacted briefly after by the Order for them to gloat, as they obviously detected our presence at the same time we found this location. The tavern in which we found it in will be very unlikely to be inhabited again. It will take a significant amount of insider information, not only to decode their means of communication, but to find another of these locations and gain access without alerting into it beforehand.
Oh, worry not. I'll put some feelers out, my dear.
It was by a woman who takes the form of a tiefling usually, but we've seen her change.
Yes.
She's taken over the projects of the Atlas.
Do we have
The
names
Order.
for those?
We
The
have
key people?
Mikhail.
Kale
Relax.
and Relax, but not the other two.
Yeah.
Indeed, I suppose we'll pass them on as well as people that are important. If
I'll
these
also describe I'll describe the appearance and stuff of the guard that was guarding the door.
The older man,
The
that,
older
like
man.
the clerk man, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
he,
guy-
he was the
the
sort of
guy
guy
who
you could just
saw me.
hire, though.
Yeah, but he might, if we find him, he might have information.
Because that was the other thing, I suppose. I'm really surprised that, given the criticality of this dwarf, who's the financier of the Order in Zarana, and given his status,
I'm really surprised that he, just by description alone, let alone name, isn't immediately known to these people.
Who? Sorry?
What was it? Was it Mikhail? Relax was the dwarf. Yeah.
But either way, it is alarming to consider the power that they hold and the good that they could have been doing with it this entire time.
I have a question, and I guess this is mostly for you, Solomon.
That's me.
I'm
I'm sorry.
I don't know if I've asked it before. So, your magic,
Indeed.
that's a gift from Palor or whatever, right?
I will be brief given present company. You are malarkey for this. I am a combination of carefully constructed design and the imbued gift of life, which I am yet to be able to explain. I am more advanced than a simple automaton, a construct you have seen, and yes, otherwise I am sustained by Aether, which is magic in physical form.
If Palor just disappeared, he was gone, out of existence, don't worry, it's just a hypothetical.
He doesn't have a face, but if he did, he'd be crazy.
What would change for you? Like,
If magic were to disappear, if Aether were to disappear from this world,
no, I'm just saying Palor. If Palor disappeared,
Tywin, you fail to understand the words you speak. They are nigh blasphemy.
It
You
is-
cannot banish a god. Well, you can forbid a god from a location, but their influence is pervasive, all-powerful. They are omnipresent.
would your
Not
magic go away if Palor was gone?
in a situation where my link to Palor through my faith is severed, I would not be able to use that faith to channel his might. Does that answer your question?
In a very roundabout way, yes. So my question is, I feel like Palor wants you to have magic. Don't you think?
The gods do not wish anything upon an individual mortal, and if they do, it is through an unjust contract.
You don't think it's like helpful for him that you have magic and you're spreading his word with your magic?
I serve Palor. He does not serve me in return. I am blessed by him. But yes, I do not doubt that in service to the gods, it advances those that believe in their faith and in turn their power.
Wouldn't the gods feel like this is some form of blasphemy or something?
I would not presume to know what the gods think, Tywin.
It's not in your scriptures or anything?
It is no small order to assume one knows the will of them. However, by my scriptures, the order have been heretical from their very inception. Their actions have been an affront to the justice and light that Pelor provides. The destruction of his creation is indeed blasphemous, but the way the gods influence these planes is indirect.
Why? That's my question. Why? Why can't they come down here and help us?
I apologize for this.
Roll a religion check.
I can explain this to you. I really can explain this to you later, but it's not good for now. There's basically a wager between the gods and the devil. No,
But it's from my understanding of it and from my general philosophy of it in D&D, is that the gods have complete power over the planes, but they don't influence them directly. They influence them indirectly through people that believe in them or people that profess to believe in them. And a sort of a direct influence is like, it's not dishonorable, but it's not the way it's done.
You can roll a religion check if
I
you can too if you want.
Evil
Just
dice.
ask the question.
It's even better. Nice. I think it's like a 21.
21?
Mine is also a 21.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Original.
All three of you thinking about this would come to, like, for you would be like something you learnt about. For you would be more like something just you offhand read and it just pops up in your mind. And for you would be a similar thing of like you're an avid studier, so studious. So yeah. All three of you come to this same like sort of realization. When this world, when these planes were formed, the gods roamed them like any common folk would. But it wasn't just the gods that did this. It was all sorts of influences. There were like celestials, there were fiends, there were fae, and all of these powerful entities contributed somewhat to the creation. It wasn't just the celestials. And as the celestials created, people in their image, so did the fae, so did the fiends. That's how we have tieflings and such. And this created a kind of internal conflict because each of these contending sides wanted their children essentially to prosper. So the Celestials would create even more of their children to outnumber what they considered evil and wrong and impure in their image. And eventually this broke out into like a war essentially between both their children and the deities themselves. So eventually, after many years of war, it came to a simple conclusion that there would be a complete truce. That all of the deities would essentially step behind a thing called the veil, barring them from physically ever entering. They could send aspects down. Obviously, not every creature had honored that bargain, but for the most part, the main reason that deities will not step onto the mortal plane
Because they agreed not to.
is because they agreed not to.
See, that's what I was saying, but you asked me to be brief, and I've really got to go into depth with this, because I only know it by like rote learning. I can read you a whole paragraph, but not the little phrase you need.
Well, I guess here's another...
If you want to try and convince the gods to help us, maybe we should start by praying a bit more?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You're praying all the time and they're not helping. But I'm not even asking necessarily for them to help. I'm just saying, like, if this goes wrong and all magic is severed, don't you think all the gods that are currently holding themselves back and one of their main methods of doing shit down here just completely up and vanishes? Don't you think that's gonna be even more of a catastrophe?
It is a cataclysm I am preparing to deal with, Tywin, but we cannot assume to know what will happen when the Order enact their plans, nor can we assume how forces greater than us will react to it.
I think all you gotta do is next time you talk to Pelor, just let him know, like, look, You might not be Paylor. You might not be realizing how big this is.
If it helps, I actually have a similar meeting, similar to this one, with the church right after this.
Oh, that's
I'm
great.
I'm going to go and alert the ecclesiastici to the fact that there's a very big threat to their whole thing.
That's wonderful.
But to be clear, there is a distinction between faith and the power it bestows. You can have faith without power. Indeed, look at any of the common masses that pray to Paylor. They do not receive his blessings as I do. It is a difficult justification to make to one with such little faith in anything but themselves. I do not have time to explain it in present company, Tywin.
I understand. I'm not saying Paylor needs to come down here himself. I just think if he could give you like a little more, you know, just like give you, you know, it doesn't have to be much.
Paylor
Actually, it does have to be a lot.
helps those who help themselves. I'm going to get the church behind us, and that'll be Paylor acting through them. Like I said,
Okay.
indirect influence. It's how it works. Maybe the whole church says the order's bad, and then we've got
I just can't really talk to the gods, so that's why I'm coming to you with it.
Cool. I'm good with that. I'll talk to them for you.
Good.
Does that make any sense? I'll explain later.
What have you done? What have you done? me asking Graz because there won't be any sexual magic left on Earth to do anything interesting.
While they're discussing, Alexander does like come up to you and start taking notes if you want to discuss about what's been happening on Naya.
Yeah.
Hey, these guys. Oh, I don't think I told you last session, did I? I didn't have a chance to because we didn't actually convince you anything. But there's been an aid mission dispatched from Aaron. One of the letters that you helped Solomon send was a request for aid to this semi-destroyed region, and acknowledging that Zarana doesn't have any resources, be it capital or the time, to spare for this. But I asked this. I don't know what the resolution of it is. That
You don't know the resolution, please.
Yeah.
You can send a
That,
missive out.
in sort of as a plea to Theodore to try and aid this region of traditionally art castes that desperately needs help, and that the threat that is posed to it is not just to them. So, you know,
Okay.
Solomon didn't have a chance to tell that to Trey because Trey didn't want to talk about staying there, but
It's okay. Alright.
it's an idea.
Don't worry, Victus is helping right now.
Indeed.
But yeah, so if there's anything you specifically want to say, you just kind of like start asking me like
There's
bits
going
and
to be a lot
pieces.
of trees there.
Oh yeah, it'll be great.
Talk about specifically the history of the land being a prison for the four elemental evil entities, I guess. And that whatever is the means of that keeping them there is weakening, and eventually, if nothing is done, they will be freed. And it affects not only just that continent, but everything else. And then I kind of break down the discussion between the four, like, good elemental chosen ones and the bad ones, and how there's going to be some kind of, like, conflict between them.
Alessandro will say, well, for some time I've been discussing with these lovely individuals here and some others that at our summit between Arin and Zarana, that we should make some other diplomats from other places privy.
You have a formal government over in Naya? I thought it was just a shithole with people in it. Sorry, I mean, I thought it was just a
Take that
shithole
back,
with people in
Solomon.
it. I didn't say anything.
You take that back, T4NK3R.
That's my model number. Thank you very much. It's like me addressing like you.
Good.
Yes, you male. Come.
But yes,
It doesn't work.
I've been,
It's nondescript.
I think at our summit
well, hold on.
we wanted to have representatives from Io, Corona, some people from Naya. Not the primary focus will still be resolution to the war, but I think it would be good to make this summit a recurring thing, because if this threat to the fabric of magic is happening soon, then I think perhaps once or twice a year, it would be good to have a summit, essentially, discussing the happenings all across the world and any disturbances, such as the ones that you've described, occurring. But thank you. This will be important information, and hopefully I can dedicate some scouts to investigate what's been happening.
Always good. I like it. Very cool.
The summit being a recurring thing should be good for the world. It works as a union of nations, so it should be called the United Nations.
You know what? Big brain.
Yes.
And we can simply invoke an article that if anyone else attacks one of these nations, then we can all attack them in return. Unilateral defense, so that none of us can individually be invaded.
They didn't ever know that you, were ever in the Nexus or even saw the Nexus, did they?
The tiefling came by supposedly saying they saw everything.
Oh, that was after, right?
Yeah.
I thought that was before.
Wait, they saw that you'd turned up, but they didn't know that you'd got in there yourself, had they?
No, the tiefling did.
I think
because
the tiefling
was
did,
like,
yeah.
oh, it's
Apparently
nice
did.
that you could see everything.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah.
could see what we were working
Yeah.
on
Yeah,
and
that
stuff.
fucks with
And
them.
then
How'd they do that? Huh?
I don't know.
Weren't you invisible?
I
I
was.
thought you were supposed to be good at this.
they solved really good, actually. It's just, I guess, the tiefling
Cringe.
has better perception.
You're gonna get scried on.
Stent will kind of look to you. You've got expertise in tracking people and memorizing facial features. and
Oh,
such,
yeah.
right? She kind of reaches into a larger satchel and kind of pulls out this big crystal ball. This big crystal ball. Can you write a detailed description of each of the members that you've tracked so far?
Sure, no problem. And I'll just go through my memory banks and one by one.
Yes, keep
What'd you say?
This is like scrying. I can do this, but I don't have a bowl.
Yeah, I'll give every little piece that Tywin can remember.
I can add info about stuff I learned about the 4 leaders, the tiefling, human, Raylex, and Kai.
Thank you, dear. You are so sweet.
And my and my details will probably be I have a feeling when Tywin notices people, he notices people a lot by how he could track them. So a lot even someone's weight or something different things this is how big their footsteps would be, and this is Tywin's notes will be kind of obscure details about a person that you might not notice upon first glance, but they would help more with tracking.
And would any of you happen to have a picture or a likeness, something they wore, something they owned?
Did we take anything from these guys?
Body
did
parts.
ring.
Mori has the ring.
Did we
Where is Maury?
did we ever get an
Sending Stone
order?
to the ship right now and tell Maury to come over here.
Did we ever get an
give you my
order
sword.
jewelry thing, or did we just see a bunch of order?
She would
jewelry?
say that the insignia of the order is too generic to work in Scry.
Yeah.
Can you describe the
I mean,
coin?
I've had to
tiefling
locate
used
objects
Oh,
for
yeah.
the sword that the tiefling had.
I probably can. I'll describe the coin that the tiefling used at the barter, because I think that was a pretty specific custom coin.
And I can describe
And
down
we
to the
open a
metallurgical
window
components
here.
of the sword.
A window.
Yes.
Sure, she kind of raises her hand and one of the windows opens.
Mori?
Are you just calling out Maury?
Yes.
Nothing happens.
I'll give you shinies if
You
you,
didn't
come
follow
here,
me?
Maury.
Solomon,
I have
stand
5
by the
gold.
window, so that you're the sun shines off your
I
armor.
have 5 gold right here. There's also a lot of people with shiny things. We're gonna talk to important people.
Maury, I'll give you my sword if you come and give me the ring that you
Crikey,
got.
this is Maury, captain of the Wandering Star. How can I help?
Yeah, wait, are they the highest rank after we leave?
No,
What else
surely
is good?
Rosalind's there.
No,
You know
but
that,
Rosalind's
that
been awakened
shiny ring that you just recently got?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really important that we kind of get an exchange for it.
Right.
So,
This sounds like a negotiation.
yes.
With the
And
fucking
we'll
stone.
love to negotiate with you if you could come meet us here.
Okay. Be there in a bit. Where's here?
And then I kind of just like give like the because
There's
I'm
a lot
pretty
of
good.
rich, important
I'm
people. Tell
I'm pretty
him that.
good at giving directions and
Yeah.
stuff, and I just kind of like give the
The not as the crow flies past.
and then I just go. There's a lot of rich people here with shiny things. I think you'll like it.
Now you're talking my language, sister!
If I can get my crossbow back, I can kill him as soon as he enters the window.
Yeah, about 10 or so minutes later, Mori flies in through the window with the ring like on their foot.
This is our friend. He's helped us scout, and
You see him
other
like
things.
land on the table and start like kind of like dipping his head. G'day!
Good eye.
G'day.
the ring he's wearing on his foot, which I gave him as a gift, and we can
What
negotiate things for.
What is
has
the bird's
been-
name?
Sorry,
What is the bird's name?
Mori.
Mori, I suggest you give the ring to me. Right away!
Oh my god! Just cast suggestion
How did-
immediately.
How is effective?
That could work.
Stent takes the ring.
That was collected from a simulacrum of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, Mikhail was the dwarf.
Mikhail
that's
was a
the
human.
human.
Res.
Raylex.
Raylex is the
Raylex.
dwarf. That's it,
Yeah.
because he sounds like a laxative.
Since we have a
Agreed.
possession, thank you, Mori, you were most generous. Since we have a possession of the of this individual named Mikhail, and we have his name, we should start with him. Jordan, roll me a d20.
7.
So the crystal ball fogs over, and you find yourself in a place that Tilly recognizes, the Nexus. The vision is kind of focused on him alone, but you can see that he's on this this balcony area overlooking the Nexus area, where he's kind of directing and like leading a bunch of people carrying some equipment to and from. All of you roll a perception check.
I hate this dice so much.
Stop using it.
But I like it. It's funny.
24.
10.
I got a.
Oh yeah, you're inside, not perception, right?
I got a 16.
24.
Chili?
8.
Got a natural one.
Would you like to use mine?
Next time.
Tywin, you're the only one who notices this. Amongst this like kind of like direction giving that Mikhail is doing, you see that stood in front of this door with this very faint like pastel red glow emanating from it. You see a battalion of like four, like a unit of 4 individuals wearing what look like these heavy clad suits. Essentially, they kind of look like 1969 space mission-esque spacesuits, but they're like a lot more clunky, and they seem to be like reinforced around the head, around like vital parts of the body, and yeah, they're stood in front of the door labeled Aetherweave, and that's all you see as the sky comes to an end.
I will relay that to everyone.
Nice.
Lapis might have fallen asleep but after the soup that he was in the bed. So as you like not kidding, you don't know, she's like, what? Oh, the Aether Weave. Alright.
Well, that's one down. I'm going to leave the tiefling for last. If she's an avid spellcaster like you say she is the most likely to have defenses up.
Fair enough.
Do you have any possessions of this dwarf named Raylax? Let's try him next.
He wore a lot of jewelry on his
His
body.
gold chain was it?
Yeah, we'll just describe the main jewelry that he was wearing.
Okay.
Can we describe Vanta's friend who got like sandwiched into him? Oh no, it's just their magic.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rain, roll me a d20.
9.
Lovely. You see the vision now shift from the Nexus, where Mikhail is instructing his subordinates to a place you don't recognize immediately. You see, just from initial glances, that he's somewhere quite high up. As you can see, there's a bustling metropolis beneath him. He is hunched over a desk, working on this kind of like large crystal slate, organizing what looks like payments and transfers of money. And everyone, if you would like to roll me a perception check, I'll roll for Solomon. Natural one, so it doesn't matter.
11.
22.
Natural 20, 25.
13.
Okay. You can see, Tywin once again, that at first, like as I said, at first this place was, like from the vantage point you were looking at it from, was hard to recognize. But looking at it again, you recognize yourself as somewhere on Orin. Given the how close to the city the clouds are, the perspective of the buildings you're looking at, you're pretty sure like you can recognize some buildings, but just from a different angle, somewhere on Orin. And then the vision, like he seems to be in a conversation with someone, but you really can't make out what's being said.
Since I'm like really good with cities, is there a way that I can like get down that zone a little bit?
Roll a survival check.
Ooh.
Advantage.
Cool.
Advantage.
Vantagi.
Advantage.
15.
You're pretty sure he's somewhere in like an unmarked industrial district building.
Okay.
But the exact pinpointing is a bit more difficult, considering you haven't seen this sort of angle before. Like this vantage from where you are. But
Yep.
yeah.
Cool.
Joined by Sturt
Yeah,
and Amps.
my dice say real good.
I think there'll be room. I think I can just move my stuff.
I'm taking the piss and put it here. Put it on the it's fine.
And then that
Not
that
special.
vision comes to a close.
Oh, that
Yeah,
is battery.
Battery?
I'll-
Oh, in which
I'll do
case
that.
you guys will do.
Yeah, we'll just go to a break. We'll be back soon. Bye.
Post our acquisition of Hamish, we are now back.
Hey!
We return with the 5 of you in discussions with in discussions with Alathul, Godric, Zavenna, and Alessandra about what comes next. The current consensus is, or the current suggestion is a plan about attacking the Nexus, the transportation hub. You guys have been currently scrying on members. Stent pipes up. Well, that's 2 down. Who would you like to investigate next? Or just
Well, it's the whichever one's not the tiefling, right?
Yeah,
Have we
the
tried
older-
scrying directly on the Oracle? I'm guessing that probably won't work, but it might really hurt your eyes.
We only have like descriptions of the oracle, right? We don't.
We
like,
saw them in
never-
person like twice.
The gnome.
I think we actually found out its name from the information
Oh,
we
yeah,
got.
we did.
Oh,
It was,
guys might-
it was an Eklak, I think.
It is an
Everything's an egg. You think you're going well, and these bloody drow pop up. Look, all I'm saying is that the forest elves never give us these troubles.
Was like would be the Eklak great grandfather, wasn't it?
Yeah,
So with an
Eklak
R.
old boy.
Started with an R, and then Liv was like, "Yeah, I'd love to do some arson on that guy too." Did a different campaign.
it's Erlen's father.
Tarek Eklak?
Yeah, that's
Tarek
it.
Eklak.
I told you to start with an R.
I can't spell
there's
either.
at least one in there.
That's what I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very
So,
well.
would you like to scry on?
No, hold on.
Well, yeah. I mean, if we're talking about the people who most likely have the defenses, they'd probably put the most defenses on the oracle. You'd think. So maybe save the oracle for last.
I mean, from what we've seen, I think he can handle himself. Maybe he's just been left alone. I think he's also on the moon, isn't he? They left him on the moon somewhere.
He's like isolated away on the moon.
Very much. So, who will it be?
I'm not the smart one. You gotta figure it out.
Lapis is falling asleep again.
There's the other leader who was who didn't seem to be as highly ranked as Mikhail the Tiefling or Raylex, but the gnome. But the problem is that I saw him, and I don't know if my
Well, if you can
description.
provide me a description, that will at least go some way in dividing his location and current details.
They have dreads that come to a knot at the back. They have a cane. They wear fine silken knitted robes.
So it's just stuff like this.
I can definitely try.
I don't need this campaign.
And if you will be so kind as to roll me a d20.
I will not.
Well, fuck you too.
9.
9?
Yes.
We got a lot of those. We were consistently pretty low, didn't we?
Which is very good.
Wait, are we doing the wisdom saving throw? Are we allowed
Yeah.
to do that?
Yeah. It's the I won't tell you the what the modifiers are.
Yeah.
But yes, I think it's more fun to. Well, the crystal ball falls over once more, and you find yourself looking upon the current happenings of this known individual. You see them in sort of a laboratory of sorts, very reminiscent of Erlen's like biological and like botanical setup. There are blueprints of the suits that Erlen and Rahas wore, but improved versions with better mobility and better combat adaptability.
Yeah, those things were nasty. We got attacked by a guy on a train with one of them, didn't we?
Pardon?
Yeah.
Ages ago, though.
I'm trying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And those
that was when we had Namu with us.
they were part of
We
this
met them on the train, right?
military.
Yeah.
They were part of this like private mercenary group.
Mm.
They were trying to get the kids off the train and whatever. And
Yeah.
By the order. By the Eklak.
they were like connected.
Oh, those
I
things
remember
again.
no train.
But I will once again have the 5 of you roll me some perception checks.
Not one.
Oh my god. Sick. 21.
I got another 24.
Got an 89,
Fucking Christ.
Damn.
and also like a 10.
Okay.
When it comes to tracking, here's my shit.
The two of you notice that in the prior versions of the suit, there was like a chamber of rotating cylinders.
Yeah.
But this adapted version essentially allows each finger, the glove of each finger, to hold a different substance and just a touch to transfer the serum, making it much more streamlined.
So it's like the sort of like Scarecrow vibes from Freddy Krueger Scarecrow thing from Batman.
Kinda, yeah. One, like if you remember correctly, one put you to sleep, one paralyzed you, and so instead of having like a dart gun essentially, mounted on your arm, each finger has a different transference mechanism built into it.
Luke tried to drink one of them, didn't they?
Yep.
For the lift.
And yeah, the vision kind of recedes with this laboratory. Well, this has been quite fruitful indeed. Who's next?
Out of curiosity, I believe I can replicate the magic you are using at the moment, and I believe that the Church of Pelor is likely to have a font or similar focus. Not like to a crystal ball, more likely a gilded chalice or other effigy that I could use to scry. If we had more time, would further readings of these individuals be valuable to you? Or regular updates? Because I really like going to church.
That's very nice.
Be an excuse.
Well, as I always say, more information is never amiss. The more that you can collect on me, the better.
Indeed.
Who would you like me to investigate next?
Do we do the tiefling now?
Here we go. Nothing can go wrong here.
I'm sure
When
she's
you-
scrying on us, scrying on them.
What happened to King Hunter's mark on them? Did that?
I've hunted marked so many people
Yeah.
that I remember one of them would like
It was jumping
zipped
around the
around
city.
and then disappear.
I will say, for today, this will be my last casting of Sky.
So
You can
Either
scry,
tiefling or
you
oracle.
can scry on places too, can't you?
I can. I don't know what yield that would be, considering their presence is interplanetary. If we scan one location, they could be anywhere else, literally.
Well, I was thinking of a pathway to get more info on Wraith Knight, and that would be about looking in the past.
Looking in the past.
Well, Solomon and myself have had visions of similarly sized automatons buried around X1 and X2.
Right. What's the implication here?
If we could look into any of them, find any similarities, we could maybe know the strengths and weaknesses of them.
From my understanding, by the way, Tilly, they are exclusively on X1 at this stage.
They are.
Yes, from what I understood earlier on.
Well, you haven't investigated enough to know whether there are any on X2, but
I know that
the ones
there's-
that you know so far are on X1.
There's 3 on X1 that we know of. One of which may well be the Wraith Knight we speak of. I can give you its name, in fact, because I was looking this up earlier. In the very back of my book, it is known as WX-33 Landro. It may be the Colossus that has been converted into this foe we face.
Let me say this. You are more than welcome to return tomorrow, and I am all too happy to assist you. But who would you have me investigate on today?
I have no more information to offer. If you have anyone else you wish to inquire about, then by all means at this time.
I'd love to find that tiefling.
Let's go for it.
Very well. Okay. Do you have any identifying marks, any pieces of clothing?
Didn't she hold a special type of weapon?
wait, was she
She
the
had
one
some
with
sort
the
of
sword,
swords
or
or
was that
something?
the human?
The Mikhail had the force sword.
What did she have?
She had this really little bead that exploded very often.
I remember that
I
one.
mean, you dispelled her magic.
yeah.
Do you recognize it by any chance? Does it smell the same?
What was saying?
What? I don't know.
Well, I barely
I had that
visualize characters
on
in their
every-
race.
Oh,
so-
you have the bead!
Yeah, I took it. I just
She kind of like very carefully takes it.
Fear not, it is a nut. There was a time when Trey very competently cowered behind my shield and dispelled the magic through that one, saving the convention at which we saw you and Theodore last point out.
She kind of like waves her hand and goes, "This is not a nut.
I beg your pardon?
This is in stasis."
Are you aware you could do that, Trey? Well, I believe we should be very careful with that object from now on.
Yes.
What does that
Carrying
mean?
a
It could just
bomb
go
around
off
for
at
us.
any time?
Wait, hold on. How many sessions ago did we do this?
We've been carrying.
We've been carrying it for a little.
No, because you know the whole shtick with that spell is that like every round it adds another 2d6 damage to it.
This is
nuke.
extended the
It's a-
duration.
it's
You just carry a
nuke.
nuke on you.
I'm gonna pull
Well,
up
does it
one
continue
nearby.
adding when it's in stasis though, or does it pause the time?
No.
No.
But if that goes off now, there won't be enough left of us for the order to get angry at anymore.
Stent just tells
Very
him
well.
Dude, imagine it's just us walking in, killing the entire congregation and the Wandering Stars.
Alessandra, could you be a dear and get me some sort of container for this?
Maybe someone cast spell magic or some shit on it.
Wasn't that
We
what
did that last time.
Nehemiah and
I don't
Surely
know
we
if I
did
cast
counter
a spell
spell or
there.
something.
I
Yes, you
definitely
did.
counterspell.
No, you dispel magic it.
You can't counterspell.
Oh,
You have to
yeah,
counterspell the
I
actual
definitely- I
casting.
definitely did something.
Very well. Just Alessandra, give me a container. We'll use it as a focus for the purposes of this guy.
Right on the container, like Deus Ex Machina, like we might need it later.
And she begins to cast the spell. Let's get Devon. Roll me a d20.
Oh no. 13.
Okay.
The bomb goes out.
You watch as the crystal ball fogs over once more, but this time the fog shifts and tries to form into a cohesive shape, but is unable to. Unfortunately, her,
Sorry, how many?
her defenses
worse.
are.
Worse would have been good. We wanted a lower number.
She kind of slides the jar back to you, and you just see her cast a spell, creating a bubble around herself.
That sounds
You may
well.
have your bead back. It is now in a jar.
Yeah, that'll really help. That's just shrapnel.
Alright.
Yeah, she just creates like a force field around herself.
You
Lovely.
see Trey slowly slip into new wire. She just grabs them and she just throws them on the ground as hard as she can.
Man, if you know how to detonate it though, you could like defeat any boss in one hit maybe. Just like one grenade.
Godric pipes up. Well, as I said, I think that the best course of action would be a cohesive attack on this nexus. As Alessandra has stated, I think this would be a significant blow to their logistic capabilities.
You suggest we make this attack before the
Before the meeting, yes.
before the meeting, indeed.
Because that will, if we do it after the meeting, they will already have acted upon their plans. If we do it beforehand, they have to make a decision whether they repair or whether they attack, and they cannot do both effectively.
Similarly, I believe that I have access to rites and rituals which should render any portal they attempt to open within the vicinity of this meeting inert. It will not extend far past the domain, and obviously I cannot prepare it in advance without knowing where this meeting is. But at the time, I may be able to give us some period of safety from intrusion.
Do we have any means of locating where their nexus is currently?
Well, I'm looking at the cleric spell list, which is what I was also talking about, and I've got a few things that sort of just ask God for
They're
answers.
kind of discussing making a coordinated attack on the Mordenkainen's mansion that connects to everything else.
Oh, right, yes.
Because
okay.
Stent has said that one spellcaster probably can't uphold that, so there's probably a self-powering source inside the Nexus itself that's probably heavily guarded. So take that out, and you take out a massive part of their logistics by taking out their interplanetary travel.
I was going to suggest we scrying on Raylex. We found him just coming into the Nexus. Tywin, I know you can look at objects. Can you find people?
I can find the objects on the people.
I can find people, but it need be within a smaller radius than the entire planet.
I can track people if I see them. Then I'll be able to track them from then on.
If you're willing to give it a try, do you want to just try to see if something on Raylex is within your range?
Absolutely. I mean, I know I've seen his jewelry several times.
But Raylex is in a ring, Serrano.
Yeah, like it's not gonna.
Oh, like not Raylex. It was Mikhail, the dude who was coming out of the Aether door. It was.
That was
Yeah,
Mikhail was standing on the balcony, instructing people.
Yeah, I want to locate the Nexus. So yeah.
I could give it a shot.
Mikhail has the sword.
My D&D Beyond has 2 spell sections, and one of them is empty, and the other one is spells. They're both spells now. Okay. I'll just keep going back and forth between my spell lists.
Yeah, that'll fix it.
Okay. Oh, it disappeared. I'll go to this spell list instead. Oh no, I'll go to this one. I'll be on this one, I think.
What is happening?
He's having a stroke.
Okay.
Is this the snow thing?
I'm gonna cast Locate Object on Mikhail's sword.
Can you
That's
also roll
right.
me a spellcasting ability check?
Sure.
Oh.
And it's within 1,000 feet is the...
Could my suggestion have been a bardic inspiration?
Sure.
what D is it?
D10.
D10, just in case I need it.
What's your question, Stuart? Since
use it just in case.
session 62, which happened on the 16th of October, in-game days, that has to be over a month or 2, maybe.
So 17.
So you're trying to calculate how much damage it is?
Hold it a minute.
It's a couple of dice.
That's the average damage.
Oh, yeah.
What was your roll?
17.
Okay.
4.
Just 4? Just 4 at the moment. Just 4 damage.
Unfortunately, your spell is unable to latch on to the sword. How much damage?
4,000.
No, that's not right.
No, it can't be right. Hold on. So hold on.
No,
30
no,
days.
so hang on.
24 hours in a day. Oh no, you're right. There's a
60,
6.
yes, there's a 6
Oh
in there.
god, it's an order of
And
magnitude
there's
higher.
another 10.
Is it 6? Oh, it's by 10, not 6.
Yeah, because every
Sure,
round.
He does not want to do that.
And then on average it's
Person who
2d6.
wants to-
2d6 for each thing, and half of 2d6 is the average he's going to get. So
7.
it's just
Half, average
Each
of 2
d6 is average to roll a 3.5. Well, regardless, yeah, your spell is unable to latch on to any.
What is it? What's the
3.
Wait.
3 million.
I think that would kill Tywin in one hit. I think.
Unbelievable. Even with the amulet of
Even
health.
with the amulet.
That'll kill a colossus
Yeah, so
with
he had his math
resistance
wrong. The
to
average damage is
poison.
actually 3 million.
That really could destroy the moon, you know?
You can get rid of the red line easy if you just like flip it at the moon and let it go on.
Well, I
Yeah,
can't pick up the
45
dude within
feet.
1,000 feet of here.
You know what I bet? I bet us watching those 4 guys about to go into the breach in their little suits is them portaling into this building to assault the meeting that we're in right now, and they're actually about to bust through a wall.
You're supposed to start looking everywhere.
You all look towards
Yeah,
the
okay,
door.
sure.
Or a wall. The biggest wall in
Yeah,
the
like.
room.
Take it to him.
Well, I think, given the information we have, I think I concur with the Godhead. We should look to make a coordinated strike upon the Nexus. Gather your troops, gather your allies. We will coordinate from here and apprise you of any knowledge.
If we find any further portals that link to it, we will be sure to let you know in due course.
I will put some, as I said, I'll put some feelers out to find out the new location that they have established here.
Yeah, the earlier the better, because this is a pretty significant blow. We could deal with them if we pull it off.
Wait, do you think it's only 1 portal to each plane? Or is it 1? I thought
It's one portal to each continent.
Okay.
that's pretty reasonable.
They generally speaking,
But the
Based-
portal can probably switch between whichever at any given time.
generally speaking, they try to have it near a position of power, so the capital of Zarana, for instance, but that's not always viable.
It was like a whole room.
Yeah, it's a whole room
filled
of
with
different doors.
And each door is to a different place.
But it wasn't like thousands of doors.
No, it was like 20
It's like-
at most.
Yeah, I think you describe it as maybe like 10, 12.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. There's one to the moon, there's one to the Aether Weave, then there's one for each continent on each of the planets.
Okay. Well, I've got some cleric spells to knock down.
Alethul kind of addresses you holistically. Thank you for bringing your knowledge to us. I am sorry to hear about your home trade.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It might work, you never know. It costs money though.
But yes, I will keep you apprised.
You really can't fucking find a motivation.
And you see, like on the end of the table, so like it's like a long table with them on one side and on the other. There's just like a fucking 18, 19-year-old kid just like typing as fast as he can, trying to keep up with everything.
Wait, they've been in the room the whole time?
Yeah. And I've been here the whole time. And they're just typing and writing down notes.
I was not a child. It's like you.
Lapis is
I
like
hunter's marked
asleep
the
on
kid.
and Lapis is asleep and Hesha is like snoring as she like snores.
Did Mori leave?
No. Maury's like essentially like inspecting the ring, and Maury's kind of like trying to like leave.
That's adorable.
Mori, that bead is shiny. It's also
Don't-
a nuke, but
Mori eats
The
it.
ring is what he's after. Excuse me, lady. I know you cast a spell on me. Can I have the ring back now?
Can Mori counter-suggest?
Sten just kind of looks at Maury. Shh. I'm not gonna.
Oh, that's exciting.
Oh my god.
If you're
I'm
dressing
sorry, I
Lapis
can't
like
scry
a
again today because I'm using all my spells on this bird.
If you're like addressing Lapis, you're like, huh? What? Did I miss anything interesting? What are we talking about?
Trey has an explosive. Possibly.
You didn't bring back anything from that spot, did you?
No.
No, you didn't pick anything up anymore. You
No.
ended up putting that.
May I grab that bead again, if that's okay? She kind of takes it out again, inspects it, casts another spell on it, hands it back to you. Should you wish to use it, just focus on the essence stored inside the capsule, and you should be able to release it at your will.
Don't stop it! Stop it,
I
Anya!
liked it a lot more when it was smaller.
Give it to someone who's gonna take good care of it.
How
If you're gonna do that, at least make sure Alethul's close enough.
How dangerous is it currently?
It's someone who has
don't
access
know.
to Death Ward.
I have done what? 10 fires.
That doesn't matter, the second bit.
Yes, but there's like a 50%
I don't
chance I
know.
take
I
no
don't know
damage.
when it was cast, but it is quite potent.
God damn. That's like another wish that we have, except the wish is just for someone's death. Or
It's
a
not
group-
someone. It's so
yeah,
many.
A group's death.
God, imagine if the
Hey,
radius
you wanna get
increased
rid
with
of the
damage.
next
Bring
Do you need to
Nehara back
focus?
from the dead.
Do you need to be there with the bead?
Let's stop
Well,
thinking
yeah,
about
how-
this
wait,
thing.
how-
I
how-
thought it
how-
was a trinket.
How close do you
Oh god.
how close do you have to focus on it? Do you have to focus on it while holding it, or can you like focus on it? How close does she have to focus on it? Can she like go to a different state and focus on it? You know, like go
Different states.
yeah, go,
What is the
I don't know, go
proximity?
1,000 feet away and then focus on it, or does she have
I
to
believe as long as the bead is within sight. So
Okay,
if you've got a good vision,
yeah, that's
you could be
that's,
sufficiently far away.
that's not too bad.
Right, we need to
What?
get binoculars.
That implies that the
I concur. If you could make some sort of telescopic device, then you could
I can
activate
see
it.
through the eyes of birds, and they're kind of disposable.
I
so we
can
get
simply
the
look
bird
at any
closer.
close like they did with the scrying board. And
No. It needs to be within your line of sight.
Yes, but it actually puts my eye. It's a spell, you see. It's hard to explain. You wouldn't understand.
Someone getting pushed back in line again.
We can't even see the mouth moving, so it's
Yeah, no,
just standing still.
You're actually right. Yeah, Solomon doesn't make
Kind
any.
of.
He doesn't inflect when he talks at all. He mostly just sits there. So
No, I'm kidding. You can talk again.
I was talking. Okay. Anyway, is there anything else we need to talk
Yes.
about?
Any other?
Oh, yes, I believe it is important that the state publicly endorses the reopening of the battle arena.
That's not my purview. And
That wasn't to you, that was to Alafil and everything. It is, I believe that for the morale of the people here, it is critical that we do not show fear in the face of the event that the Order chose to suppress. While the appearance of the Oracle and all is...
Again, that is not something I control. That would be taken up with the event organizers of that arena.
As I said, a state endorsement would go some distance to make this more of a reality, considering they are concerned for their profits and security. However, I understand if this is not the time.
With all due respect, I think we have our hands full, and reopening Battle Arena, while a good effort, I think the public is a bit on edge.
That is exactly the purpose. We cannot let the fear of the Order...
What stops them from doing it again? If it happens again...
I believe our preparedness does it not. We were not expecting to have a presence such as the Order, such as this Oracle appear then. Now it can be, if anything, a defiant stand against them. I believe it would be valuable to this mission. Would you like me to make a charisma-based check?
Sure, roll a persuasion check.
Damn! I was hoping you wouldn't say that.
You asked for it.
Yeah, I got
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me for that.
I got
asked you.
8.
Look, I think it is best if you...
Thank you.
I think it is best if you discuss with the organizers of Battle Arena themselves.
Yes. As you wish.
For that is a leisurely sport, not something we really...
I merely suggest, given it was a state daily, as you wish.
I want to go. I don't want to be in this room any longer. It's stuffy and shit.
The window's open.
I know. It's surprised it's still so stuffy.
I'm sure your separation from your child, the crossbow, must be very disheartening.
It is. It is.
I've been in those trains, but I'm honestly taking fun.
Yeah. Well, I then call this meeting adjourned. Did you get everything? And he kind of just looks at the little kid like typing away.
I look at his screen and he's playing Minecraft.
I just pull out like a whole pad of paper that I've just like written down, like. I just kind of put the paper away.
So what, this kid's just there typing away?
Yeah, he's like a stenographer.
Yeah.
But yes, you guys are escorted out.
Sick.
Where's my shit?
Yeah. I immediately go back to the weapon holders.
You see one of the guards just like,
God.
Oh dear.
Put that fucking down!
Hey, do you want to see how it works? Yeah, sure.
What's your name?
Marcus.
Marcus is dead.
Marcus, what are you doing with that?
What does it look like? Not like throwing it on the ground or anything.
You shouldn't be touching it. That's not your job.
My job is to look after the weapons. I'm looking after them.
Didn't look like you were looking after them.
Look, inspect it. No damage.
You have to leave it where it was. Okay?
It was with me.
You want to keep talking back to me?
Oh, Tywin. Hey, buddy.
Need I remind you?
We'll
To
just,
point to the wall.
we'll
That
just
is
take
you.
we'll take the.
Dad, I'm gonna start acting out in public if you don't stop. Marcus.
We apparently when we walked in, they went everywhere.
Bless.
Like I don't know if you saw what I sent in Discord, but we're just like, oh look, it's Tywin. Why do they like him so much?
Someone's popular.
Yeah.
It's almost like you shoot the head of state and they remember that shit.
Let's go.
I walked in with all my weapons on me. It's really funny.
Anyway.
You want to
I can summon my dagger at any fucking time.
Once.
So, your dad,
Not
smart
once.
dad, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You'd summon it once.
He
And then it'd be done.
has
In case you wouldn't do it again.
Someone would kill you.
Nah,
Nah.
I don't want to assume because I don't know your dad very well. But I saw a bit of a story going on.
That tends to happen.
I saw my name.
Oh.
in a very funny language. I don't know if you have it. It's called primordial.
Damn, yeah, I do. You're like, whoa.
But the funny thing is, right, it was like he was telling me something without, like, talking to me on his arm. Because I saw, like, these islands that look familiar because they're on, like, the map, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then they're, like, disappeared and stuff.
Right.
So I looked it up. And apparently, I'm from, like, this place called, don't put down, Winterfort Key.
Right.
And I really just need to know if the island is, like, okay. Because it's gone. It, like, disappeared in one of those, like, planet earthquakes, right? Now it's just water. Just really new.
What does it look like? Like the shape of it.
If we get back to the ship at some point,
I assume that's where I'm heading back to the ship. I don't have anything else to do.
I thought we were all heading back to the ship.
I assume everyone's heading back to the
I
ship.
have to go to the church. Would anyone like to hear me dictate how that goes?
No.
Good, I'll send
Yes.
some messages to Thea.
Vanta somehow repeats. Yes.
Yes.
Church.
I don't know where I am right now.
You have been scouting out the prison to
Oh.
For your prison
for your,
break.
for your prison break.
Your what?
What? My what?
Your what?
You agreed to help Lapis with
Yeah, I
the prison
did.
break.
I
Yes,
did.
and so I had you at the start of the session just say to Lapis, Lapis, you distract Solomon because if you go scout it out, then he'll think it's involving you. So I'll go.
Oh, okay. Oh, fair enough.
And wait, did you visit Ghost?
I did. I didn't do anything out of it, but she would have visited first after.
Just to be like, hey, I'm safe, I'm okay.
Gorister mentioned Tywin.
Yes.
Oh god.
So now also Lapis and Becca, and I was like, oh no. What did Tywin say? Obviously, Ghoster would have like told her what happened from his point of view. She's just like,
Anyway, what does the island look like?
I mean, I don't have the exact shape drawn out just yet, but it is roughly. It's about the size of slightly smaller than I guess Tasmania-ish.
Mm-hmm.
It's fairly big, but not massive. Kinda, it like one side is very smooth where the planar quake's boundary was, and then it's kind of like a jagged coast on the edges.
Follow-up question. When we went to Nemu's Islands area, was one of those islands like kind of off that kind of trail?
Let me know that one second.
If I need to roll a check
Yeah, roll
to try and
roll a
remember
history
it,
check.
like I will do, but like trying to pinpoint the connections between the information stuff.
This would have been when you went to the X1, right? Yeah.
18. And I'm good at remembering locations and stuff, so
probably for background.
Could I try that as well? Because I have been on X1 longer.
Sure. Roll
If any new islands appeared. when
roll
I
a
was
survival check.
supplied.
Could I try that as well? Because I've been studying that atlas, trying to search for the Colossus.
Sure, you can roll.
I guess everyone's listening to the conversation.
No, wait, right, I'm not.
If you want to, you can.
Yes, but I don't know what they're talking about. It'll just be
19.
funny.
It's up to you if Solomon would hear this or not.
No, Solomon would not hear this.
okay.
You've gone off on the
It's up
side.
to someone.
He's off in the church.
19.
Church.
Yes. The location where Nemu's home was not too far off from an island with a similar description, though not inhabited because it was covered in ash and soot.
It's like double.
And would I have heard of like that island just appearing on X1 at some point?
This will be before your time.
Okay.
How old is Lapis?
16.
Yeah, this will be before your time because Lapis was like kind of shipped off.
Compared to
Yeah.
our world, what season is it right now? Because her birthday is in
Good
the,
question.
her birthday's in the summer to me.
Let me just check 1 second. It's in here. There's my calendar. Right. You will be You're currently in the end of spring.
So we're almost in summer.
Yep.
Because Lapis' birthday's in the summer. 'Cause I'm going by like astrology, and you would be a Virgo, but I imagine Lapis would be a Pisces. Making that connection. So she's almost 17. If that makes things easier.
That island. When we were on X1, we flew over a series of islands. Nemu's home was one of them. But if I can remember correctly, then it might have been an island similar to the one that you thought you saw. I don't think anyone would be on there because I think it's been severely damaged from everything that's happened. But it exists over there. If that helps.
Right. Okay. Right. So my home is
On a different planet.
on a different planet that I can't reach
Right
unless
now.
I get into a very, very dangerous situation.
Maybe not.
It is not inhabited by anybody because it's covered in soot and ash.
Yes.
I can't get to my home. I don't have a home anymore. There is no home. There's nothing left but soot and ash. In a place I can't go. You know.
Does home have to be a location?
It doesn't have to be a location. But it's nice to have something. It's nice to just have a place that might not be home, but it's something that you came from. You know, that's just there. And it's nothing now. It's just that and this forgotten memory, also made of ash.
There being nothing there where you came from does not make you any less.
It doesn't, but it's not about what makes me or what makes me human. It's the fact that I can't even go and see for myself. I just have to accept the fact that I can never try and see what's left. I can never try and get that.
We've traveled between planets. There could be ways sometime in the future.
But how did you get there? Did you get there easy?
It's
Did you
not
get-
easy, it's also not impossible.
But did you get there risk-free? Because, quite frankly, I'm not willing to put my life or anyone else's life on the line. What if it's for nothing, you know? And Lapis kind of just, again, she's got that look, that XQC gift that of his dead face, as she just goes, that solves that mystery.
If it's something you wish, we can look into visiting that place sometime in the future.
But do we have time to do that?
Right now, no.
I think you probably know that Solomon fully intends to go back to X1
Oh, does
at some
he?
time in the future.
If it's something you've discussed, I have actually forgotten.
That doesn't matter. It was not prominent, but as part of his mission to sort of bring back the people of his Warforged, he needs to get back to where they were created. And these colossi that we've been talking about were very much rooted there. So
We might have discussed it before Lapis was a part of the party. I think.
yeah, that would have been in a movie maybe.
So,
Either way, it was not beyond our reach forever, just for now, is what I'd say.
wait, I was gonna say, is he just saying that from beyond the church?
Yeah. The echoes. Solomon's voice.
Because your Lapis kind of just goes like, this isn't really about the fact that, like, you guys are technically my found family, my home, but it's not about what is like actually home or what isn't. I mean, it is, but you know what I mean, right?
You want your heritage back rather than just
Yeah,
place to
like,
live.
but it's also kind of like, because we just got back from Naya, which is like Trey's place, and we just like saved it and all that, and then Lapis has to come in and be like, oh, we can't do the same thing for me unless we want to do this big, long, time-consuming thing we don't have time for. Or, as far as she knows, it's like high risk of like getting squished or like losing our hand or something. Lapis just kind of goes, well, there's nothing for me now. I guess that's all wrapped up and done, right? Don't have to worry about anything.
Dude, you're like 14. Give us a year and we'll get back.
But I'm just gonna focus on other things for now. You know, I've got a lot to do. So she kind of just like goes up to her room. Just get cozy with the door. Okay.
Email.
My parents are dead. My home is blown up.
How easy is it to obtain paint?
Trivial.
Trivial.
I bought some to make the flag. Shouldn't be too hard.
Cool. I know where I'm copying.
The arts and crafts store.
Hell yeah.
Actually, no. I'm not gonna go in the room. I'm gonna slink off away from the ship again.
Slink off again.
I'm gonna look for
I'm
water.
gonna slink you up.
Just gonna bend her back like a slink and I'm just gonna...
Okay. You go looking for paint. Okay. You find it without much issues. Like 2 silver per pot. So if you want multiple colors, just mark off 2 multiplied by the different colors you want.
Yeah.
Actually, no. I'm gonna look for water.
Yeah.
If she's on the ship.
You go looking for Bonto. I assume you eventually find. Yeah.
Oh, there you are. How's scouting been going?
Honestly, I think these guards would be very reasonable. We should just ask.
Just ask. Just ask them to let guards to go.
Oh, what was his crime anyway?
Robbery. Robbery.
That's hardly a crime at all.
No, but I don't know. The guards don't really seem to think so. I mean, you can ask, but I'm not gonna. I don't think they'll really listen to me, so if you could let him go.
I seem to remember that you said he was robbing those people for a good cause.
In the eyes of like me, it's a good cause. But like I don't know, for the guards, I don't know if it's really a good cause to like rob somebody for like somebody else, you know.
Maybe, but generally someone only robs someone else if they find themselves out of options.
I mean, look, if I think about it, he didn't have to, but he did. I could have easily just gotten by without having to like have this cool rapier or dagger, but I mean, he did it for me. I guess if you really try and ask the gods, but I don't think they're very easy to like persuade or talk to.
There's no harm in trying. Come on, let's go.
I'm gonna go reluctantly follow Bonta, like very hesitant and anxious. He will.
You approach the dock. Like the kind of front desk at the station. Hello, how may I be of assistance?
I'm here to retrieve someone.
Oh, what's the name?
Krista.
Garza.
Krista. Apologies.
I don't know if I really think.
Let me just look that up. Are you here to pay bail? They are
No, we're just here to get him.
How much is there?
for him.
Yeah.
It would be
2 gold?
Keep the change.
800 gold. His sentence of assault and armed robbery will have him for another month and a half.
So good. So I'll go get him then. Which
No.
way was it?
No, you will not.
You see, Lapis kind of just like,
Need I retrieve back up?
No, that's alright. I can get him by myself. Thank you. Thank you for your help.
Kind of shrugs and just continues. What? Resumes work?
Come along, Lapis.
We're going to walk further in.
Well,
I'm assuming Lapis, at least with the no Lapis, is just coming in.
yeah.
You're just looking at them like,
Well, you are immediately met by a heavily reinforced metal gate leading towards where the inmates are.
Excuse me, can you open this, please?
No, I cannot. You are not entering.
How much gold do you have, Vonta?
I have no money. I have no possessions.
Oh, I see. Okay. Let's talk Bane. How about, listen, you know Garster.
Yes,
I know.
I'm also aware that he attacked someone and injured them severely.
That's correct. Now,
Yes.
listen, I can pay Bane, but let's talk numbers.
The number is 800.
How about 500?
Roll persuasion check.
She's like Aang in Avatar being like 1 copper piece, 2 copper pieces.
25.
25.
Ooh.
518 gold. You let my man Garster out. And I promise good behavior.
Let me consult the warden. 500 is probably too low, but we can look into it. Garster has been well behaved, so perhaps a reduction is in order.
House arrest. Maybe.
I will talk to the warden. I will negotiate something on your behalf, but please tell your accomplice to refrain from any further forced entry. He kind of walks away.
I just looking at the fence.
Listen. I tried. But if this doesn't work, I don't think they just let you go in and just like take whoever down to. I think you like. I don't think that's allowed. Like Lapis is a bit unsure of what to do. I've never seen anyone try to actually be like, can I just pick them up, please? But have you ever been to prison before?
Why would I?
Well, no, I mean, but like, you know how the justice system works, right?
No. I've been stealing things all my life. No one's ever arrested me.
Thanks. Lapis is like, no, I did like a term of like legal studies, and you right? And well, I did a bit of legal studies, and typically like, if someone's in jail, you know, you have to like pay bail or wait for them to get on parole. But you can't just like pick somebody up because like he didn't deserve it, but he did like assault somebody, and you can't really walk away scot-free from that unless you're us.
Cut off someone's head.
There's no reason why he can't be
I
one
know,
of us. You're his friend, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I want him to come with us, but like
Only he is one of us, so he walks away.
I see.
The guard
I can't
returns.
argue with that.
The guard returns a few moments later. There has already been some paperwork filed for the boy. The warden has denied your request. There is an arbiter investigating your friend.
Who?
I am not at liberty to disclose.
My friend's a cop.
Sorry, what?
My friend's a cop. Someone's a cop.
Solomon's not there.
But Solomon's technically a cop, right? He can technically come in and be like,
Solomon's an arbiter.
that's like a cop, right? Well, Lapis kind of looks a bit confusing, right?
There's already paperwork filed. Apparently he's under investigation for connections to some nefarious activity. I cannot disclose any further information.
He didn't mention any nefarious activity. Didn't he? That sounds like that's a good idea. What's so funny thing is something?
Nothing. I mean, you did, but nothing.
Lapis kind of starts to look genuinely confused. She's like, oh, alright. Was it like in prison? Was it here?
From what I have, from what I've heard, there is a there is affiliation with. He seems to have some affiliation with some people under investigation, and that ties into the case as well. So until that is resolved, at the very least, bail the option for bail is not there.
Right.
But post that investigation coming to a close, I'm sure the warden will be willing to hear out.
Right. Okay. That's news to me.
And we need to break him out and ask him about this order business he's been involved in.
As you're standing at the desk talking to people, you'll both hear a very familiar thunking.
Yeah. I turn around and see Solomon.
Solomon 5 strides for the door with two members of the guard on either side.
Arbiter Solomon?
Arbiter Solomon, indeed.
Oh,
The
you're
name
here
Solomon.
to pick up my
Arbiter
sleeve
Solomon.
as well. Hello.
What are you both doing here?
We're here to help Lapis' friend. His name does get to.
To visit.
Okay. So, here's the thing, right? If I was going to pay bail for Garza, I can't anyway, so you don't have to worry about me like breaking him out or anything. There isn't any plans for that at all. Like at all, I wasn't planning to break him out or anything.
Why does Varta suggest you were here to pick him up then?
Pick him up to pay bail. You see.
So there was never a plan, of course.
Never. I would never plan to break Gilster out of jail.
Indeed.
But I can't anyway. There's been some stuff going on apparently that he didn't tell me about, but you know. So I can't pay bail even if I want to. So.
Does this conclude the conversation?
The lady at the front desk was being rather uncooperative.
As expected. I have asked them to deny you access to him.
What? Why? I'm sorry.
Until I can ascertain that Gorrister is willing to cooperate and to reform, I do not believe you should have any further association with him. I am here with these two now to move him to another facility.
Why? All he did was, like... I don't understand. Like, you don't have to do this over such a small crime.
You will... I am not here to convict or punish him. He has already suffered both. Lapis, you will understand in time.
But I don't understand. Why do you need to get involved into this?
I do not need to, Lapis. I do this for your benefit.
But you don't have to.
Do you not wish me to?
He's just about to... He's serving his time now.
Indeed, he will not be extended. That is not the purpose of this. Give me time. I will discuss it with you later this evening. Should you wish to, it will become clear. Tywin has explained all of this to me as it stands. I believe this is the correct course of action.
Because she's not wearing glasses, but if she did, she'd be wearing She's just like, oh my god, okay. I'm not gonna call this room in front of what's the receptionist's name?
I don't think she shared her name.
What's the receptionist's name?
We're all good friends.
I'm assuming she's Samantha.
Yeah, sure, Samantha.
I'm not gonna-
Her name is now Samantha.
I'm not gonna cause a scene of fire tonight, but but I'm going back to the ship. I don't know.
Please escort her, Bonda. I will see you both by this evening.
No, you know what? I'm going straight to Thailand. I'm beelining it.
Oh boy. Tywin!
I'm on the ship.
As soon as she's into the ship, she's like, Tywin!
Hang on, before we get there.
How badly do you want your friend?
Badly now. I can't do it. What the fuck? I don't know why I told anybody about Garster. Why did I expect any different from anyone on the ship?
I was about to break in my store, but if Solomon's going to be moving him, it might be easier to access.
I don't know if that would make things better. I really don't want to form anything like that if someone's gonna be there. But right now, I just need to. I'm gonna. The words to describe how mad I am at Tywin right now is.
At Tywin? Hang on.
Because Tywin was interrogating Garista first, and then relayed it all back to Solomon.
When did this happen?
Before you got here.
Right.
Yeah.
Before we went to meet with Alpha and stuff. This is what happened.
Very good.
Tywin's interpretation of talking to Garista and Solomon's interpretation of Tywin's, it has been very different.
I see, very good. Because this is information I should know, but that's fine.
Sorry, I forget if anything is said in my bad.
That's fine.
There was a lot of discussion to see whether or not he was a good person. He's a criminal, though, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
Well, that's not really what I said, but that's what everyone else thought.
Kind of rude of them.
We will worry about breaking out Garista. We'll worry about breaking out Garista once I've had a talk with Tywin.
I'm going to worry about breaking Tywin.
I'm going to break
So, Solomon, what are you up to?
Solomon has headed to Gorrister. The boy's been brought out, still in presumably shackles or something, but he's in a not in his cell anymore, now in a sort of interrogation room, one-on-one to him. I am told you are the boy Gorrister that Lapis continues to fraternize with.
Yeah.
Good. How long is left on your sentence?
Last I checked, on 1 and a bit.
Very well. A month being at least 30 days on the atom, 16 days until we have this meeting. As we've heard. Do you know who I am? I am a Warforged, model TN4K3R.
Changed again! Changed again!
Designation Solomon 5, devout cleric of Paylor, arbiter of justice here in Zorana.
Got it. Tin can.
Indeed. I am also a personal friend and interim protector of Lapis at this time.
Right.
As she is a member of our crew.
This is the second visit I've done today. Well, Lapis visited me too. What's this all about? Why are
I
you
believe
giving
you
me-
have talked to my associate Tywin, who I have asked to be a judge of your character.
Yeah, he was alright. He was pretty cool.
Indeed. I have done so because I am aware that, as an arbiter and as a man of the law, I am not equipped to consider you anything but a criminal. That being said, I have spent time with criminals and true criminals, and I believe that there is a distinction to be made. I also believe that Lapis cares very deeply for you.
I fucking hope so.
You have been a pivotal part of her earlier life, and she will very soon need your support. For she has few friends from the time before she stowed away with us.
Yeah, I know. Danica was on the greatest.
This paper, Solomon turns around to him, having filled in the period on his thing. This paper is a form for your early release. Provisional into our custody. Specifically my custody. I am here to offer you this shortening of your sentence
to allow you to accompany me back to our ship, the Wandering Star.
Okay. There's a catch.
I fail to understand.
There's a but coming. You are going to offer me this lucrative option, but with a caveat.
It's not a lucrative option. It is what is required. Lapis needs companionship of her own age. The crew she is among at this point, are not well suited to dealing with a child, nor one with her spirit and upbringing. I believe that you are in part what she needs.
Okay.
Given your good behavior, and with a promise of your continued good behavior, you may undergo the remainder of your sentence at reduced security in our custody,
Okay.
as granted to me by the powers of the Arbiters of Zarana.
Keep going.
Do you accept?
Sure.
Very well. Until this time, there will be rules placed upon you and enforced by magical means. At this stage, you may not leave the ship without accompaniment from a member of our leadership of the crew. Lapis is not included in this, for I do not trust her judgment when it comes to you at the best of times. I will introduce you to them in time. You will
I fail to see the purpose of reintroducing you to Lapis if you won't let me interact with Lapis off-ship.
I will not let you be accompanied solely by Lapis off-ship.
Sorry, but we don't need a third wheel.
It is a condition of your parole. Second, you will be off curfew. To leave this ship beyond those hours, you will be in violation of it and return to this cell. Finally, you will be subjected to this compulsion. Solomon holds up what appears to be like a very ornately drawn prayer seal, which places you under my direct command for the period of the first 30 days of your release.
Sorry, but that one's a no from me. I'm not having my will taken away.
It is non-negotiable. If you wish to leave and remain on a traveling vessel under the employ of a single arbiter as opposed to an entire convict crew, I do not wish you to desert. To do so would be an infringement upon my honor and my duty as an arbiter, and a failure to live up to the standards of this nation's law. If you remain, the restrictions...
You don't understand. I wouldn't desert Lapis.
Very well. Then you will have no qualms as to me applying.
I'm not having my will magically taken away.
It is your decision.
I can just finish my sentence off here, and then reconnect with Lapis. Am I choosing? Or have my will taken away and come now? That
You are
seems
still
like a no-brainer. That seems like a no-brainer.
You fail to understand. I will not control you. That is not the case. This enchantment merely enforces certain conditions of your parole. Obedience, presence on the ship. Simple requirements for your freedom.
Roll persuasion check at advantage.
Well, that was pretty shit. It's a 7. Oh no, sorry, an 8.
Kind of molds it over for a bit. I need to discuss it with Lapis first.
I understand. I had hoped to bring you to her this evening aboard the ship.
Well,
as it stands,
let me come with you. And if my decision is a no, you can escort me back. Can you not?
No. Unless you sign this paper and accept my terms, you are not to leave the grounds of this estate.
Then bring Lapis in.
Lapis may do so at her own behest. I will inform her of your decision this evening. You are welcome to accept, for I fear that she may hold it against you for withholding your freedom from her. As it stands, these are the terms, you may accept them or not.
Solomon gets up to leave.
Fine. Where's the fucking papers?
Do you accept both the terms, compulsion, and other restrictions placed upon you at this time for the period of 30 days and 15?
Whatever.
I need an affirmative.
Yeah, sure.
Affirmative response granted. Signed here.
Solomon stamps his name instead of writing it.
I'll be getting Tywin to supervise me, not you. You're boring.
You will not have a choice, but as you wish, you will have free
You said it
reign.
was anyone but Lapis, right?
Free reign of the ship while on board and off board, so long as you are accompanied by at least one member. Can I cast the
Gaius.
Gaius on him? Yeah,
Sure.
cool. This lasts 30 days. Failure to live up to the orders you are given will incur a punishment. I believe it will be non-fatal.
Let's go.
Hurt like hell.
Yes.
Solomon literally just like burns it into the side of him, and the rest of the seal just evaporates. It's just like a mark left on his thumb.
Very well. At which point, I'd like to discharge him from the care of the prison wardens and so on and so forth. Go through all that, get back his possessions.
Peace, Samantha. Bye.
Yeah.
So the limitations I'd like to place on Gorister by the Geist spell, so it's now sort of a forbidden commandment. He's not to bear weapons under any circumstances. He may not pick up a weapon. He can, I'm forbidding him from it. He must maintain his curfew on the ship, which is dusk hours. He's not allowed to be off, unless explicitly accompanied, sort of thing. And otherwise must follow orders from the crew and commanding officers of the ship.
Okay.
Those are at this stage. Just like the sort of 4-foot ones.
No,
By the spell, I can add them later on.
no, like prayer to payroll every minute. Or so.
It would be unjust to force him to pray to someone he did not believe. I will try and foster faith, for as part of the rehabilitation I have established with the warden, I also ask that you attend the daily sermon I deliver. I believe it will be good for your morals.
Where's
and-
Lapis?
We will return to the ship momentarily. Very well.
Solomon's.
He must every day wear these clown shoes everywhere he goes. They squeak every time he steps.
I hardly see why that is worth it.
You guys return to the ship?
Oh no, he's getting away!
That being said, you've probably been at the ship having a talk with Tywin
Yes.
for a while, haven't you?
Alright. She would have, like, stumbled to boom, boom, boom.
Right,
Tywin!
Tywin, I was going to talk to you about. I've seen you and Lapis practice with crossbows. I was going.
Jump in.
Oh,
kick
Lapis!
Tilly over.
there-
I thought for a second you were going to tell her something interesting. I'm like,
No. This is intentional.
My crossbow is just like out on the table and I'm checking over every single...
Tywin, off of the fucking crossbow. I need to talk to you. Right now.
Jesus, okay. You can
She,
both
without-
go one at a time.
As you're speaking, she instantly just pops a chair down and just goes, sorry, this is a bit more important. I hope that's okay. She talks very nicely and politely to you. I hope it's okay.
It was about Tywin's crossbow. It's his most precious thing in his life. But yes,
Yeah, I
go
kind of
ahead.
do want to hear about the crossbow thing, but...
We'll
No,
get
I
to
will
that in a
hold
bit,
it
Tilly.
for.
Tywin.
Uh-huh.
So you're having a little talk with Garster earlier?
Yeah, I
Why?
went to see him.
For what purpose?
I told you I wanted to talk to him.
Did you say... Well, first of all, I saw Garster afterwards, and he was telling me you were asking a bunch of weird shit. Okay, but then you told Solomon. So now Solomon's moving Garster to a completely different facility. Like, I'm not gonna be able to see him again until his, like, thing's over. Until his...
His sentence is up in a month.
Yeah, but... That wasn't necessary. I mean, what if... Because you know how Solomon's like. He probably thinks that, like, what he did is such a horrible thing, and now he's gonna do, like...
Listen, I know what Solomon's like. And that's how I know that when he talked to me this time, it didn't seem like his regular overprotective self. I mean, the way he was approaching it... The man came to me, man in quotation marks, saying that
That's accurate.
he...
I have no general.
I hear his voice in my head.
I do not have the penis.
Saying that he can't properly judge the man because he would be overcome by his own bias. Do you see how big of a step that is for him? I mean, go back to when we first met him. He would have instantly been like, you know what? This dude, he stole something. Fucking execute him by the name of Palo or whatever. Like, this is a step in the right direction. And the way he was saying it, he was talking about it like he is doing this not for your sake, as he would put it, but actually for your sake, as in he wants to get the motherfucker back to you. Now the thing is, if he gets the motherfucker out, and that guy just goes around killing people or some shit, then all of us, including you and including Garster, are in huge trouble. What he's doing is trying to make sure that every single hurdle that he could trip over to getting back to being right next to you is cleared away. And listen, when I talked to the guy, look, he's a bit of a dick, but for the most part, he was an alright dude, and he cared about you a lot, clearly. He had a lot of good things to say about you. And when I talked to him, most of the stuff was squeaky clean. The only thing was, look, have you talked to him about the order?
Only in very, only on Thieves' Camp, you know. I don't want anyone to hear.
Yeah, well, like, look, when I talked to him about it, you and I were good at picking up when people were lying, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was just a smidge of something that he might have known. I don't think he's necessarily hiding something massive, but you get it, man. These are the motherfuckers that are putting us all at risk. If he knows something, I think Solomon's just gonna be asking some questions. At most, you see him in a month. At least, maybe we can get him out soon. And you'll be able to see him again. Just be patient, because if you get really mad, we're not going to be able to convince Solomon. And he might change his mind, and he might stick a year sentence on the dude. You know?
I mean,
I actually don't have the power to sentence anyone.
Shut the fuck up!
what? I can't lie. It's surprising that Solomon would think about Garster in that way. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm getting too angry over something that's.
Listen, if Solomon tries to do something that I think is too far, and that, like, look, you know me, I'm not gonna blame the kid for doing a small little crime like he did, okay? Mm-hmm. If he tries to do something that goes too far and tries to separate you two for no good reason, I'm the motherfucking captain. I'll do something about it, okay?
Yeah.
It's literally Civil War, Iron Man versus Captain Tyrant.
Thank you, Tyrant. I'm sorry. I was just really worried you were gonna ask a bunch of weird shit to him. I mean,
it's okay. You're young. You get really angry really quickly. It happens. Don't worry about it. I want, and I hope we're done, because I want to hear about this crossbow thing. What was this crossbow thing?
No, you were kind of right. This is way more serious.
I'll go. I think.
No, I actually wanted to talk to both of you since I've seen you both practicing with crossbows, and now, if you may, you see Vermilion's length shorten, the guard goes further up the blade, splits into and becomes the limbs.
Oh yeah, that's right. You can do this. That's awesome.
I can do that too.
That's so cool to me.
It's so cool.
I've been thinking what we could do, and since I can make crossbow bolts and that you seem to like modified ones, maybe I could create some. I have some plans, though I needed the help of people who might be experienced with how bolts fly through the air, how they flex, how they might change if their weight was balanced differently.
Okay, so modified ones like how? This is way more important than the thing Marcus was talking about.
Here, I hold out a flask filled with a very viscous liquid. These are sometimes things you can use in battle. Whenever the liquid is exposed to air, it goes on fire, and it's also very sticky. Actually, you've both been around the more risky parts of society. You might have seen them.
Have you just created an
alchemist fire?
Okay.
Yeah, I actually have one. I had one a long time ago when I created one.
Right, okay.
If something like this, if you could attach to a bolt.
That sounds fucking sick.
But then, if you do attach it to the front end, it gets heavy and it flies very badly And so that's the sort of thing we've got to figure out.
I mean, I can help a bit with that. I have been working on my bolts and my arrows for so long that, like, honestly, what my bolts are, they are not perfect. They do not fly through the air in the ideal trajectory because they got all sorts of magical shit on them. What they do is they do it consistently. Whatever deformities they have, I get used to them. I look at them, I analyze them, I test how they fly. So when I'm in battle, I take it into account. It doesn't need to be perfectly balanced, it just needs to be consistent.
That would be very useful if we can find out which way it is consistent.
Yeah, we can look into it.
Right, but your friend is in prison and Solomon's doing something.
As you say that, you hear a familiar.
Speak of the metal.
You hear Lapis start to go, Solomon, I thought, I was really worried for a sec you were going to do something, like, out of control, but from what Tyler told me, and she says it...
Solomon turns the corner, and you see him, like, with a hand on Gorris's neck just here, and, like, Gorris are in some really small shackles.
Yeah, so as she's like saying, she turns down and is like...
Are you holding him aloft, or...?
Look at him!
Just carried him by the neck the whole way back from jail.
Just the roads are mattered.
I can tell him to carry himself by the neck at this point.
Lapis?
So, and you see this look of just, like, relief.
You don't know, I could be here to kill him in front of you.
Pushes him down to a knee.
All she sees is, like... all she sees is Doris, and she's like,
crew.
I'm going to prove what happens if you become a criminal.
Yeah, this criminal has been interred to us on a good behavior bond. He is currently to serve out the remainder of his sentence aboard this ship.
Oh my god. Is that what you meant by a different facility?
Yes.
Oh my god.
What did you suspect I meant?
He kind of breaks free of your grip and goes hugs Lapis, like
Yeah, no,
with shackled hands.
with
over the
no,
top.
You
no
come here.
hesitation, she's just like hugging him immediately.
Bear with me.
And Solomon takes a minute to undo the manacles up and put him back on his belt.
Surprise!
I did not inform Tywin of this plan, merely asked his assistance in it.
Oh,
You may
that's right.
thank
You told
him.
me out of character. Whoops.
He was pivotal in it, indeed.
Okay, well, I was playing my character as if I knew.
Talon's just smart, it's okay.
She's
You're-
gonna
He
break
knows.
away from Ghost to hug Solomon like, oh my god.
You,
Solomon, there is no words to describe how much I love you right now. Like, there's no words, Solomon.
indeed. You have 1 hour to show him around the ship, find him lodging, for we have no further quartermaster, and then you will both return to the temple with me.
Hello.
Yeah, Lapis and
Lapis is
Teely-
also the
Lapis and Teely are
quartermaster.
serving as
Yeah.
quartermasters.
Then that's where I said go find him rooms. I don't care where you put him, just don't put him in.
So
It's
have
not allowed in the fort.
Freed him, or have...
I don't do the religion thing, man.
Oh, by
It
the way,
is not a question.
this is Ghost.
It's not an answer either.
It's part of parole.
Yes, it is quite. It is. You're coming with us. Yes.
5
He is. No, he is still serving his sentence, albeit a reduced one, and in our custody as opposed to that of the prison's warden.
She's gonna
Mean
get
to
Ghost.
say you've turned our ship
Lapis will
into
teach me more about
someone's
religion.
prison.
Indeed,
Okay.
I am carrying out my duties as an arbiter. I believe this is to help Lapis. Do you disagree, Tilly?
No, that's...
Good. In that case,
I'm
you
gonna
have
show
1
him
hour.
around the ship. I'm gonna get him to meet Anga and Vanta, and I'm gonna show you all the cool places in the ship that you have to do.
Yeah, I'm studying religion with Lapis now.
Right, that's alright. I'm ordering him to return here within the hour.
No time wasted. They're off to the races.
It's the races.
She's gonna find Vanta. Like, Vanta, we don't have to break him Ghost out of prison anymore. We got him right here.
Wait, I assume I don't hear that.
Hold on, rewind. Alright, slow mo, go.
Ghost is free. We don't have to worry about breaking him out of prison or anything, Vanta.
Okay, good.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's very nice to meet you. How was prison?
The food could have been better, but I like your aesthetic.
I was gonna say, this bitch was ready to break you out of prison having not even met you, Doris. She was like, yo!
I'm glad you're here. Lapis cares a lot.
Cool.
By the way, my name's Tilly. You can take my room since I never use it. What
Go.
strings had to be pulled for Solomon to do this?
Meadowman made a bunch of conditions. We want to study religion, man. So fucking boring.
I imagine that would be one of them.
I never said I'd force him to study religion.
This has got to the temple.
No, I didn't
The
say.
secret
I didn't
is-
say him. I said those two. They're coming with me.
The secret is to just let him talk and absorb none of it.
I
See-
don't hear that.
Why can't the other middleman be like you?
I've been metal for like a day or something. No, a week or something.
That's pretty sick.
It's
I still look. No offense. I still think I like Tywin the best. He's got a good vibe.
You have to meet Anya. Like, she's so cool. And I'm gonna try and like, find Anya.
She's sitting out the front of your door. She's kind of just like, she's like leaning on the door, sitting with chicken on her lap, kind of like half-minded somewhere else, holding chicken seed. You can see that she's got like paint on her face, but she's not recognized at all.
She's gonna check. Oh, you know Garster? This is the guy we're trying to like. He's my friend from prison.
That's pretty cool. I think.
Doesn't question why there's my friend from prison on the ship.
well, neat.
Lovely to meet you.
Solomon.
Nice to meet
He
you.
kind of just like doesn't know what to do and just bows.
Please, you don't need it out. That's awful. Not that
To be
either.
fair,
I don't know,
everyone on the
what am I
ship
doing?
knows because
You
you
just
said
say
it,
hello to her.
and
She doesn't
your
need-
voice is very loud, so it probably reverberated. in
She's
the-
cool.
I've heard good things about you.
So
You got
if
painted.
just continuously
Oh,
add
you
infinite petty conditions.
I didn't know you painted Anya.
No, one's just followed my
I tagged
I'm
stuff.
slightly
Spray
good.
paint.
That's pretty cool.
Just quickly pick up
I
that
think-
piece of coal for.
What have you been
No,
working
the
on?
burning one.
Just anything to get me away from Solomon. So tin can. Just
What has he done? No, I don't really paint often, only on certain occasions, and I felt like this was a certain occasion. You can see it soon, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you where it is, though. But if you're ever feeling lost, don't forget to look up. And then you kind of just get on, wave again, and then
Okay. Thank you, Jay. I'm just gonna probably spend
Is her name Trey or Anya? I'm confused.
well, her real name's Anya, but we've been calling her Trey for a long time because that's the name she like thought she had. You'd have to ask her what she preferred to be told. I think it varies from person to person. I think. And I'll just spend like the rest of the hour showing around the ship.
Eventually, by the compulsion of chaos, I guess.
Over that, or Solomon just bellows out, Lapis, Orister, it is time to depart.
What time is this now? It's like evening?
Yeah, we'll
curfew time.
late evening.
So, yeah, cool. Curfew is subjective to us taking off the ship. You may wish to. So Solomon's basically just there. He looks to be in slightly more vestments. Like he looks like he's going to church, sort of thing. Like he's got a few more tassels on him and whatnot. He's carrying like a big stone urn next to him, and we are departing. You may wish to bring Trey at Anya if you so please.
Where are you going?
We are going to the temple. The Church of Palor.
I see. I can ask Anya if she wants to come, but I don't know. Anya, do you want to come with us to the church?
Which one?
Or the cringe church?
Give me like 30 seconds and I'll be ready.
30 seconds, is that okay, Solomon?
Indeed.
In the meantime, Vanta, can I get you to roll me D100?
Oh dear.
I'm going to set up a central website.
It's a 54. I'm gonna call it. No, it's 45.
45? Lovely. Okay. As you
Hate that thing. It has to be rolled on here.
as you find yourself, like as everyone departs to
Church.
Their various activities.
Church.
Yes. You find yourself drifting into this like looping sort of headspace where you're just thinking and stuff. And one moment you're seated somewhere on the ship, and the next moment you're seated in this very clinical looking space with bright lights, these slabs of metal. I'm having a mental blank. What was the name of the guy who got powers at Autocon? Reza?
Yeah.
That's it. You find yourself seated on this kind of like high up chair with multiple people around you. These other individuals seem to be doctors or clinical experts of some nature, and they seem to be getting ready to perform an autopsy on Reza. As they all prepare for this.
Am I Reza point of view?
No, you're seated like so. So let's if the kind of like the slab is here, you're seated like up on like a kind of like a viewing platform.
Okay.
Is Reza's head attached?
The head is present, just not attached.
The head is present.
So yeah, it's kind of laid out anatomically, ready for some sort of dissection. But before the dissection or can begin, you see a familiar tiefling woman enter. And she kind of like gestures to a piece of paper saying, "My apologies. This one I will take under my custody, Doctor. I have all the paperwork signed already. Forgive the intrusion into your procedure, but since you haven't started, no skin off your back. Yes, please comply with the orders on this paper. The body is under my custody now." And you watch kind of like this kind of like in hushed tones. You can't really make out what's being said after that, but there's kind of this like conflict going on between the two of them about it. But eventually this tiefling woman kind of like nods triumphantly and starts kind of like packing the body of Reza into this portable what looks like a bag of holding of some sort.
Can I tell if anyone is like in the room or any of the doctors are order aligned? Or are these just like people doing an autopsy?
Roll a perception check for me.
That's a 19 on the dice, and I don't think my perception is negative. Yeah, dirty 20.
The doctors don't seem to have any, like from what you can see anyway, the doctors don't seem to have any sort of affiliation to the order. This just seems to be some sort of like morgue where she has shown up and is basically taking custody of the body. Yeah, so she kind of like packs the body neatly in a bag of holding and begins to escort it. The vision transforms suddenly, and you find yourself kind of like trailing her down, like as she walks away with this kind of statue on her side. That from any other perspective looks unassuming, but you know what it is now. As she walks towards down a street, and then makes a few turns, the nature of what you're seeing gets a little hazy, and the exact location you arrive at is a bit indistinct, but eventually the vision shifts once more, and you find yourself in a much more personal lab of sorts, where she is currently in the tedious process of laying out Reza's body, and where possible trying to place the head in such a way that it would reconnect. And then she summons this energy And you watch as the severed veins and tendons and muscles and skin start to rejoin and reconnect as the body is revived. Reza kind of sputters a little and looks up at the Tiefling. Reza, my dear, come with me. You are felled. We will make sure that you are felled no longer. And you watch as Reza follows the Tiefling woman to the same apparatus that you saw at Autocon. As Reza is strapped into this machine. And the machine is then switched on by the Tiefling woman. At first, it seems that all is going well, but then Reza starts screaming in pain as you watch these 3 different colored motes of light get extracted from Reza's body and into similar orbs that you saw at Autocon. Reza kind of looks at the Tiefling woman in hatred and says, "What are you doing?" And she kind of just looks down at Reza with not much emotion, rectifying my mistake. Make it insight check.
This was my steel fluffy dice.
That's a hold on, let me just
Oh.
the reading takes hours.
It's a 15.
Okay. You can see that the orbs that those motes of lights get drawn into. One of them is indeed labeled Augustus, and Reza, strapped into this chair, starts struggling violently as she says, "Rectifying my mistake." As the Tiefling woman walks around behind him and kind of just like soothingly lays her fingers on the temples of Reza. And you watch as a drop of blood emanates from one eye, nose, eyes, as you watch as Reza's head crumple in on itself. She once Reza is sufficiently dead, she walks away from him, snapping her fingers, and you watch as a bead of fire incinerates Reza's body. She opens a file labeled Subject 11 and stamps it with the word terminated. And the digit continued.
Church. Yeah,
Yeah, I need a little bit of time to think about it. Yeah, go to church.
Take me to
yeah, about the church thing, if I see them going, am I able to go invisible and follow them?
Undoubtedly.
No, how fucking dare you right now?
Tilly secretly
You're gonna vandalize the church.
Starts tagging.
Church. Anyway,
Tilly was
the 4 of you and Rain, Tilly, start making their way towards Snatch.
Snatch, I'll snatch.
not here. Done.
I want to keep an eye on things they're saying about that stuff. Well, and yeah.
I'm not saying anything, I'm walking in silence.
Okay.
It's very simple stuff. You guys can talk if you want.
Solomon, Garson pipes up. Am I allowed to wield a weapon if I need to defend the ship?
No,
Okay.
that will be left to the crew and commanding officers. You do not need to fight in this case.
What happens if he needs to defend himself?
Then he will do so without a weapon. A weapon is not a defense. Can you wield a shield?
If I bludgeon someone with a shield, is the shield considered a weapon?
I will let the commandment I placed upon you determine that, and I am sure you will make the right decision.
If I sharpen the edge of the shield to be a blade, does that count as a weapon?
Yes.
Well, good to know that should I need to defend myself, I am powerless to do so. Very reassuring.
Carry your punches.
What about you?
You were
What good is a
Just
fist going to do against a gun?
I mean, I know.
you were
but,
just
like,
as defenseless in prison. At least here you are free to choose what kills you. Now, please come along.
Lapis goes to say
Wow, arbiter of the law.
There's only one thing that kills you in prison.
and that's
What's
death.
that?
Death.
Death.
I don't know. I'm in prison, have I? I'm saying
Well,
if
there's
you
also only one thing that kills you out of prison: death.
precisely. So just don't die.
Anyway, so you head to the church.
Yes.
And we'll, instead of going to the congregation, you follow Solomon outside around the back of it towards what appears to be a handful of crypts and burial plots.
I don't know where this is going.
He
So
goes.
Why-
I freely away from
Lapis,
prison.
please.
It's like
To
an
put him in the
open,
ground.
it's like an open grave. Goddess's tombstone.
Do not wander. This is. We are here for a very important reason.
Is this why I can't defend myself?
It,
She's like, never see
No.
Iron Solomon and Darcy.
Lapis, Garst, we are
Going
not
to
here.
learn to appreciate the sun. You're going in the box.
I told you I would not force faith upon you. We are not here for you, Garsta. We are here for her.
Oh no, you're gonna kill Lapis and replace him with Ghost.
And you are here for her in turn.
Right.
As we walk around, and Solomon pauses, carrying his own Gorister at the side of him, and you see what looks to be an open crypt. A tomb set up there. It's not huge. It's not fancy. It's just a sort of standard plot, stone box.
Are you
And
gonna put me inside, Solomon? Is that what you're saying?
give me a second.
Nobody knows.
Do you want to just quickly text me?
like standing kind of half in front of her, like.
I just need to know what's written on it.
This could be it, Arnold.
Is well, they wouldn't be. What? I'm confused as to how you would come across that information.
I don't know how I feel about that.
Why am I in front
Do I
of
know this one? If I don't know this one, that's
But
fine.
also,
I don't think you have this
I've just been
information.
kinda, like,
Well, that's no
thinking
good.
that as a-
Lapis, what is your last name?
Mindbender?
What is your appointed last name, not the one that
I
you
don't
chose
think
for yourself?
Lapis knows that.
Yeah, I don't know. His name.
What?
I didn't get my birth certificate.
Kanos, if you're able to come help real quick, do you know Lapis's last name at all?
Roll me a d100.
One, he's just like Mindbender.
77.
Okay. Well, you feel your satchel get slightly heavier as you bring out a thin, like not like a book, but more like a pamphlet of sorts, with the similar to how you got your birth certificate. It says, yeah, I guess like it's like a fake birth certificate, basically, naming their child Lapis Lamira, Lamira.
Lamira.
Am I close enough to see that?
Roll a perception check.
If I stand with the
7.
paper in the shadows.
Put it directly in the dark, you go to.
What was the perception?
7.
Did you read that out? Or something of it?
I briefly look at it, and then I pass it over to its intended audience.
As you wish.
Lapis Lamira.
Ah, thank you. May I? Solomon takes it. Cool. And he looks at it,
Did you have a birthday in mind or can I make it? It's like sometime.
And he starts carving the name Lamira onto the tomb.
Oh no. Alright. Is it Lapis shaped?
before he says, "Here, take this, please." Passes you the urn that he was holding, and starts carving above Lamira.
2 names.
That's less scary than everything.
as listed on the certificate. Your parents' names.
Oh.
Do you recall, Lapis, the bounty that I asked for when we left the dragon? Not Neoma. Thank you. He thinks Luna. When we left the dragon, Neoma. Do you recall what you took from there?
The rocket, right?
Indeed. Containing these last memories of your parents, who we regrettably found the remains of. Do you recall what I took from that place, Lapis?
You took. And she can't think of it, so usually might not think of you took it. You took the, no, was it you or Tywin?
That
And this is
was
also genuine.
Tywin, who took the portable hole.
Then no, I don't remember what you took.
I asked for nothing that day. Though I asked the dragon to keep its word, should I return, or should Tarina return? I have had dealings with Neoma since. Contact. Hardly willing, but much needed. I have asked the dragon to keep their word, and they have returned to me this.
He gestures to the urn that you're now holding.
So you asked.
Contained within that urn are the remains of your parents, as we saw them there.
So, this is my parents' ashes.
It is their last effects in person.
Along that note, as you were inquiring about the name of Lapis's parents, 2 more names appear on the fake birth certificate. Leanne, Leyyan, and Mildra, Mildra.
Mildra.
I know this is not what you had wanted, that you wished to see them again after your escape from your caretaker. I am sure you were disheartened to find them, as we did. I cannot bring you back your parents, but I can give you the peace that you have laid them to rest, and that we may soon find the place from which you came. I have brought this boy, Justice Arsta, here to you as comfort, for I do not believe it is something I can provide. This is your chance to say goodbye to your parents with the company you choose to keep, and it is all I can offer you.
Thank you, Solomon. I don't know what to say. I mean, yeah, I might not be able to find my home again, or not for a long, long time. And you're right, I can never get my parents back. But like you said, you've given me peace. Just so I put myself. You've given me peace in being able to, hold them again in some way, to say goodbye properly. And I think, realistically, there's more than I can ask for anybody. Thank you. And thank you. You didn't have to ask something from me anymore. So you did. And I thoroughly grateful. All that you guys have done for me. Exactly, yeah. Thank you. And I kind of kneel towards the grave and set the urn inside. And she kind of like just kneels down and goes, Mum and Dad, I never really got to say goodbye. Obviously, I was a baby. I didn't get to say goodbye, and I don't know if I got to grow up the way you would have wanted me to be.
but I'm with a better family now. He's been very good to me. I've been on so many adventures and stories, and you know, I got to see Mom again, like telling me a bedtime story. I will. I've got like a cough on my throat that's like gonna make me gag. I love you guys very much. And goodbye. I actually have to get up and go because I've got a cough that's gonna make me gag.
You need to take a break.
Yeah, we're all good. I was just about to say what's happened to Jordan.
I'm here. I was listening.
Do you need a break?
I do.
Yeah, we'll come
Okay.
back then.
Be back soon. See you then.
Okay. Welcome back. Devin is no longer dying.
You call me at a moment of weakness.
Well,
So yes, she was one of the end. She says, "I'm very sorry, but I would like to properly say goodbye to you, Mom and Dad. I love you very much, and I promise I'm gonna make you proud." And she's kind of like,
I may be able to give you that chance, Apis. I said I may be able to give you the chance to say goodbye to them. I do not know. God's power is not always direct, but
A 1 in 8 chance.
yeah, it's like a 1 in 8 chance.
sounds good to me.
I'd like to try and interject a divine intervention. And all I'm asking is give Lapis a chance.
What is
What's
it?
that?
66.
Alas, nothing happened.
No.
Solomon says a few words over it. He even tries a spell which you might have seen him use before to talk with the dead.
I don't know if Lapis has seen
Who did I use it on? It was someone that we've talked to.
I think this was Nemu era.
It would be maybe California's sister? It's never been cast then.
Pretty sure it was more recent. Either way.
Because I distinctly remember Namu.
Did we have her body? We did.
Very-
Yes, we did.
Because of
Yeah.
Because when we were able to bring Callista, Kalinor back to life,
Either way, Solomon says a few words and you see him intoning the same sort of rites and rituals. Nothing happens.
Garst just kind of walks up behind him, just wraps his arms around him. Doesn't say anything.
just gonna take it and thank you, Solomon, and thank you, Joe. Did Tywin come or did Tywin stay?
Tywin's not coming to the church.
She was thanking the both of you then. I'm so sorry.
I've been like pulling flowers out of like my wrist after
Tilly, roll me
the
stealth check.
keep. I've just been placing them
With
around the
advantage.
grave.
Yes.
Like with the vines, like and everything, trying to make it look kind of
24,
fun,
I
if that
think.
makes sense.
Above my passive.
Is it above Lapis as well?
Lapis, what's your passive perception?
my past perception. 18.
Okay.
Oh yeah, it's passive investigation.
Well, Garster kind of just like as he's wrapping arms around you, whispers in your ear, I think we're being followed.
She's gonna just try and like create an effort through the embrace to see. I imagine I see Tilly.
Tilly's in
Tilly's
there.
invisible.
Oh, Tilly's invisible. Can I at least look at? Am I looking at his? Oh no! Wait.
Don't know.
He's just like-
He just kind of peels away. He just kind of starts swinging at the air.
I am gonna try to sneak away.
What's your armor class?
20.
It's pretty epic.
Well, with a disadvantage.
What the
Mans
fuck
can
is
punch.
Garista?
Mans can punch.
Man, imagine if you had a gun, right? You're welcome.
With the disadvantage, you hear like a metal like thud. You take dice out.
He's saying Garza has a high unarmed strike and a passive perception
Not
higher
passive.
than
He rolled.
24.
He rolled for it. He rolled earlier as well. He was paranoid.
Mans
Right.
is paranoid. That's fair enough.
I turn around and hear this and I'm like, oh my god.
You take 8 points of damage.
Whoa!
What?
Whoa! Mans
With a
got
punch.
metal hands.
Yeah.
Wait. Tilly? Hi,
Who's there?
I don't go visible.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You just hear.
You just take weapons off
You
a
just
monk.
hear a metal sound, and then I'm gonna try to move out of range if I
Did
can.
you punch Solomon? What was that?
Why was this man?
Solomon's busy doing something that makes it look like the stone from the lid is just flowing on top of it, other than actually moving it.
What the hell was that? What did you punch?
I think we will follow.
That's a good point. I need to roll concentration.
Roll.
Clang!
No, 11. Yeah.
That'd be hilarious. Clang!
Hey.
I don't know what it was. Sorry, guys.
Is this like an open area? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're outside.
Must have been the wind.
Imagine like perceiving something there, knowing it's there, hitting it,
And then be
and then
like,
having to tell everyone, yeah, sorry guys. No, it was just me.
you're good.
It's my own business. Thank you, Solomon. I couldn't ask for a better way to say goodbye.
Solomon. Can I get you to roll me a wisdom saving throw?
Oh, I'm really good at those.
You got +5
Oh, it's
because
just-
I am there.
Hey, I love this shit. Oh, it's really high.
There's been a lot of stuff.
It's like
going on.
colossally high. It's like a
You've got
26.
the authors,
It's like a 26, so what's my actual wisdom modifier? I know it's not what I want it to be, but I didn't get there. 3 and 18 is 19, 5, yeah, 26.
You receive a communique in your mind. A voice you recognize, one filled with malice.
He's just standing there looking at you like,
And in your head you say like, bitch.
You hear Simon Fire. You to me at midnight. Come alone. Lest I would hate to mark up your fellow comrades.
Okay, am I responding to this?
So you can respond if you want.
If this is who I believe it to be, then you have been rather informally marking up my comrades for some time.
Yes, it would be a shame for it to go any further. So meet me.
Where?
Out by the docks.
Does Solomon just talk out loud or?
No, this is mental. Out by the docks. There'll be a. Let me find where it is. There'll be a light left on in one of the fishing warehouses. I will be there. And I hope you will be too.
It could be romantic.
Oh, yes, definitely.
I'm
Candle
feeling
at
romantic.
dinner.
I mean, when you said there will be a, my brain thought food truck.
Yes, let's go. Let's go.
Meet me at the docks. There'll be a food truck.
So I teleported bread.
But it's all not too good. Some things that Solomon would actually consume.
Solomon should take them on.
No.
Very well. That's about all. I'm not talking to this idiot for any longer.
Well, I hand it back to you guys.
That concludes the ceremony. Should you wish to visit your parents, I encourage you to do so. I am told it brings peace. And if you are in need of more peace, by all means venture inside. There is much to be gleaned in the light.
Thank you, Solomon.
Anya, I will leave Gorrister in your care for the time being. And to be clear, he must be accompanied by a member of the crew of our significant party at all times, not including Lapis.
Oh? Why?
I have prayer to attend to and business with the entity that I believe is harming my people.
What?
To be clear, I have received a brief communication from the same entity which has been harassing me and destroying Warforged.
Then we all go.
It is requested we do not.
Why?
I fear that lest it flees, it will be more difficult for me to track in the future.
Do you want to die?
I fail to understand, Captain. My
If you
instincts
go
are
by yourself, you're in more chance of death. You've seen the work that they've been doing on all the other Warforged, Solomon.
All the other Warforged are not followers of Palor and not nearly as devout as I.
So you're just gonna leave it to the hands of God.
Whose better hands to leave it to? Fear not. I will leave if anything becomes serious, but if you wish, you may accompany me, but not within view of this individual, lest they flee. Once I have laid eyes upon them, I am sure I will be able to track them in the
I
future.
have the sending stone in my hand that I've just kind of as soon as it clicked, just been relaying the information back to the ship.
So everyone who's on the ship currently has been getting a PSA announcement of everything of this conversation.
This is hardly complex. By all means, enjoy the delights of the temple. I will return by roughly midnight.
I don't know about that, Solomon.
If
It doesn't sound safe.
I am built to endure danger. This cannot be worse
Solomon, you have died.
than I concede you that. Fear not, I can protect against it this time. with regard, I am not going to fight this individual. I merely need to meet them, become acquainted, so that once I set the full force of the law upon them, they will not be able to flee so easily. If you wish, you may bring, say... I do not know if it is wise to alert more of the crew. We can, at this point, but anything more than bringing the bird would likely cause this entity to flee and lose me my chance to catch it. Either way, it has asked me to meet it at the docks, the outer docks of the city around midnight or so. It claims to be inhabiting an empty warehouse with a light left on, but fear not. I will survey the area properly before I enter, and will protect myself when I do.
How long do we wait if we don't go with you?
I do not believe I will talk to the creature for more than 5 minutes at the most.
So after 5 minutes.
After 1 minute you may enter if you wish, but these things I do not know. I do not know what it will say. It appears deranged and full of malice, but I am not there to fight the thing, merely to understand it so that I may better destroy it when the time comes.
No. Okay.
Trey, I can go with him.
I didn't hear that.
I don't know what's going on there, but that does not sound safe at all.
Come back, give me the sending stone. I'll watch from the rooftops.
Okay.
Yeah, our ship's pretty stealthy at night time, isn't it? We went for a little flight, huh?
So you guys head back to the ship.
I'll stay in the temple for a while until it's time enough, and then start going towards the docks.
I'll take the sending stone from you.
See, look, I don't think a shield is a weapon if you hit somebody with it because you're defending.
No, he's
If
allowed to.
See, look, if you sharpen it to be a blade, then I can see it being kind of weaponish.
No, he's
but like,
allowed,
if you're
he's
just
allowed
like,
to hold a shield. He's just not allowed to
I
hold a
forget
weapon.
how much of a beast you are with your fists, honestly.
Yeah.
You could,
that sounded like it hurt whatever you hit.
But all I'm saying is, I could help you guys. There is an extra ballista on the ship.
I want to try a thing while they're on their way out of the temple, and it's gonna be... So I first want to find a hiding spot where I won't be seen, even if I do go visible.
Roll a perception check.
There's cloisters around. It's a big place for sure.
Yeah.
Like, people might be walking through there, but you
Roll a
probably get a
stealth?
second or so.
Perception to find like a
Oh, okay.
decent look.
That's bad. 8.
You have to endure a long talk with a minister.
Yeah. Well, you find like a nook. You don't know how stealthy it will be, but roll a stealth check now.
Okay. 30.
30.
Yeah.
Well, with your perception of 8, the DC was 25 for the stealth, but you surpass
Yeah.
that.
Okay. Then I will cast with a spell slot Rary's telepathic bond to trade.
Okay, just Trey. Gorist is there too, so is Lavis.
And chicken.
And Chicken.
I don't want to alert too many people, so just trade. And then I will go invisible again.
Classic Teely fashion.
Yes. So now telepathically, because telepathic bond is in concentration, I will say to Trey, I've been here all along, don't react. It's best if I can follow Solomon for his safety. It seems like a situation that would be best if he doesn't know he's being followed.
That's true.
Yeah, it seems like a reasonable idea, to be honest. I don't think Solomon heading over there alone as is with what's going on is a good idea.
I don't either. I'll tell you why I was here later when we're back on the ship.
So be safe too.
Thank you.
Also, did you get punched?
Yes, that
It
Garster.
sounded
He
like
hits
a
hard and he sees everything.
Yeah,
It was a really high
that
perception roll.
kid's got like remarkable eyes.
Lapis had to have learned from someone.
That is true. That is true. He seems like he's a good influence, but Can't really say that in front of Solomon now, can you?
I'm really worried about the fact that you and I are Warforged, and this guy is also attacking and aiming for Warforged. He's scaring
Yeah.
me.
That's a really good point. You
Just-
maybe shouldn't follow me.
Just stay invisible for as long as you can. And,
Like that.
yeah, Tywin's gonna be somewhere as well. So if you
That's
see
good
him
to
on a
know.
roof, then you know someone else is there.
Yeah. I'll keep that in mind then.
With that, you are following, and you head to the ship to trade Sending Stone, and you're also following.
Yeah. So yeah, I want to follow from a great distance. I already took it from you in roleplay, but I'll do it
but
again.
we were walking back. That's different.
And
Roll me a stealth check in which case.
yeah, and I'm doing it from like a really far rooftop.
Roll with advantage because
It's your favorite terrain, right?
I'm real good in the city.
Yeah.
in the city.
City boy Tywin. Do you top 30?
No, we just
yeah,
established.
31.
Oh! Oh!
Sorry, sweetie.
Better luck next time.
With no advantage either.
That was redundant.
Oh, that was advantage. Right.
Yeah.
I forgot. I forgot. Attention span of a goldfish. Okay, so yeah, you start trading. You're trading invisible. You find like a
Solomon's walking along with a light on.
I am sitting like on the ship. Just
are you
follow-
getting the ship to fly up as well? Okay.
Well, no, I am sitting like on the edge of like the railing of the ship, just watching the light that Solomon is emitting wherever it is.
Yeah, so it's like streetlights and there's
Just,
no moves.
I'm just watching.
And
it.
I'm very much like a sniper at a like long distance. Just,
Yeah. So like
looking
so
down
to
on them.
put this into perspective, there's like a kind of like a boardwalk that kind of like is like in an arch shape. Your ship is like in the air docks, so you're like
Yeah.
up in the air, like parked basically moored to the docks. Where Solomon has been asked to be is on the other side of this like U-shaped like boardwalk essentially. Mm-hmm. So you're following by foot, you're following by rooftops, you're watching
I'm
from.
following by eyes.
Roll a perception check.
So are you bringing the ship within like visual range though, right?
No, we can see from where it's parked apparently.
You can,
Wouldn't
yes.
we be with the docks?
Wait, is that
And you're-
sort of docks, the air docks or the sea docks or both?
It's
It's a landlocked country, what am I saying?
Hooray!
Yeah. Wait, so I'm just basically near the ship.
It's a 10.
Yeah, disadvantage because of dim light, I presume.
No, is that advantage? Apparently.
Yeah, because in the dark you've got a fucking beacon on your head.
Good point. Here's Solomon.
Yeah,
Anything
yeah.
else, yeah.
If you didn't have the light up, then it would be disadvantage.
Very well. Solomon's approaching the warehouse. I'm really approaching this. It's really upcoming. It's really right, yeah. Is there a warehouse with lights left on?
There is a warehouse with dim light emanating from behind from inside.
Ah, good. Solomon will walk up to it in a very rigid manner and flick his searchlight on, just start looking over the walls. He'll just go around it to make, like, is it isolated or is it very well tucked in with everything else? Or
There are buildings on either side as well.
okay. And there's an entrance at the front, I'm assuming big doors or like a
Yeah, there's a
service
big,
door?
there's a big like service door on the front, and then there's like a personnel entrance on the side.
Cool. And anything else that you can find from the outside?
Roll just an investigation check.
He's just walking around it. He's really just going around, doing his thing. It's very low. it's like
Other than the like the goods entry and the personnel entry, you didn't notice much.
Oh, good. Okay, very well. And so there's basically like a person-sized door that's not me opening like a giant roller door. So I'll just go up to that one. He says, if anyone's watching and you see him sit down for a second, stand up, having said a brief prayer. And you can see now the protection seals on his armor glows as he's got the thing being active, Shield of Faith.
Not death ward?
Thank you. I was gonna say that as well, but I didn't remember to, so now I'm gonna say and Death Ward.
Yeah.
Because he's not an idiot.
Death Ward.
Oh, good.
And then activates the Sundering Rune on his hammer and just takes the door off the hinges.
You wouldn't want to make too much noise, rolling up the roller door.
No. It's more about leaving a hole, shall we say?
With telepathic bond, I'll keep Trey up to date with everything that's happening.
And in we go.
And I'll lead with, because the other thing is Solomon is, I'm not stupid as a player, but Solomon's also relatively not stupid as a character. He understands that the biggest thing that will fuck him up right now is something like an anti-magic field. And he'll just lead with his with his mace, with his hammer, with the head of it lit. So if he walks into anything, it's not going to be like immediate. It'll be like that turns off. He goes, oh,
Well, to your... You don't find any sort of anti-magic field. You do find chained down 3 warforged individuals that behind them, like pretty much pointed blank on their back, have like these smaller cannon type devices aimed directly through the chest. They seem to be completely immobilized, chained to the ground.
are they relatively like close to each other?
They're about 10 feet apart each.
Yeah. Are they conscious?
The center one
Oh.
seems to...
Yes.
The center one seems to be unresponsive.
Yep.
The 2 on the side, you can see that there's like kind of like wiring on like where the neck would be, which would pertain to voice functions that seems to have been severed.
Indeed. Solomon's just sweeping around the thing at this point. Boom. Show yourself.
Roll a perception check.
Can I as well?
Sure.
That's a natural one. For like a 7.
Mine is 11.
Reroll yourself if you can.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, vintage.
And advantage.
Yep. That is 24.
You see, you hear a kind of omnipresent voice call out to you. I once believed we were created for something greater. I thought that I could break free of what I was. I really did try, Solomon.
Make no mistake, we were not created to be anything but tools. It is how we choose to conduct ourselves now that we can choose that makes the difference.
How many people have you killed, Solomon?
Countless. I have been a weapon, but now I choose whom I wield it against.
The question is, how many people have you killed, Solomon? I know. Do you?
It matters not to me. For the purpose for which we fight, and which I fight, is a just one.
Tell me, hypothetically, is killing children for a just cause? Is killing the helpless for a just cause, Solomon? Would you like to remember what you've done?
You speak of the time before our awakening. Can I search for them again? Because I'm like panning the room at this point.
Go for it. Roll me another perception check.
It's a 2.
Well, you'll get there eventually.
I will get there eventually. Yes,
Can I try that as well?
Yeah, roll a perception check.
Okay.
So the sound's
That's
not coming
12.
from any one spot, is it? No.
I don't see very well.
alas.
I said this to you before. We're not virtuous. We're not.
We may not have been, but if you think
Stop this facade! You're nothing more than a killer. Always have been, always will be. No matter how much you pretend. Before you were a killer, unguided, and now you're a killer under this Palor's blessing.
Clank.
Is the voice coming from any specific direction or just...
Well, at this point, as the clapping begins, a Warforged-like creature walks into view, augmented with several different external pieces of machinery placed into specific joints and whatnot. There's almost an animalistic inspiration for this Warforged creature seems to be very crude in design, much more similar to Solomon's construction than, for example, Darren or Tilly at this point. And beyond that crude creation, there is, as I said, those like welded on, affixed extra pieces of machinery at key locations all over the body. This creature has a bit of a limp to it, like not limp, like a hunch, and you assume that if it stood at full height, it would come up to about 10 to 11 feet tall.
Very tall.
Even with the construction, just in general, there seems to be like mismatched like legs. There seems to be like this creature has adapted and taken what it has needed to continue its.
Indeed.
Do you want to remember what you've done?
You fail to understand. As I reach over, and I'm just checking on the Warforged next to us. This one's conscious but unable to speak. This one's unconscious, but not dead.
No.
So I'm just
There's three. Center one's unconscious. The two on the flanks are.
And they have these cannons pointed at them from where?
From behind, like directly point blank against their back through the chest.
Okay. Solomon touches one of them and casts Death Ward. You fail to understand. A child before it is born is not the person that stands before you. You do not hold me to my actions before I chose them for myself. Neither will I sit and be lectured on morality, as he touches the second Warforged next to him and casts Death Ward again, by someone who undertakes this, who is so obviously corrupt.
He kind of raises his hand, and having noticed this, the third cannon goes off, instantly eradicating the core that lays within.
It is tragic that you feel compelled to destroy these magnificent constructs who have taken time to develop body and spirit. It is tragic that you cannot find a purpose yourself.
I know my purpose. It's to stop us.
Can I move behind and about 15 feet away from this?
Sure, roll a stealth check now at disadvantage, because now you're getting surprisingly close.
So it would cancel out and just...
Yeah, just flat.
Nice job, you fucking loser.
Got a nonchalant
18.
Anyway.
got a nonchalant Revivify ready to
I don't
walk up.
Well, yeah, I wish. No, if anything, Solomon would do a bit, but he understands. Like, Solomon is and has been a soldier for a long time. Death is not new to him. It's tragic that this thing's killing stuff, but he's not about trying to save each individual Warforged. He's trying to help them for sure. You think your purpose is to bring an end to it? So be it. You are misguided. I obviously cannot debate you, and you are obviously driven in it. Look that you stand here before me. The modifications you have made to your form rival mine by far.
I don't want this. I don't want us. And I don't want you going around with your feeble attempts to recreate us.
They are not yet feeble, but they will be mighty in time. As it stands, what you wish is not currently of my concern. You fail to see the larger pictures at work, and larger works must continue to be improved upon. That being said, I did not come here tonight to lecture you, nor to fight you. I did not expect to change your mind. I merely came to meet the face that continues to visit me. And in time, I hope you shall either see reason or be rendered unto doom. That is all.
And Solomon touches the two Warforged either side of him and casts Word of Recall and disappears with the two Warforged next to him.
What was Word of Recall? It's like Trace's Recall?
Pretty much, yeah.
Solomon
You
just
cast
goes. You see, yeah, the light just grows in bright. You guys probably see this out.
the last thing you hear as you utter the word of recall is, there will be a day where I meet my ruin, and that will be when I am the last.
And at that point, I don't think you stayed around, but if you had, you'd see the spectacle of, back in the temple, this blinding light appears from one of the things, and Solomon, like 2 Warforged just toof, toof, down next to him, and Solomon steps forward out of it. Do the cannons go off that instant?
No.
Very well. Solomon will immediately set about removing in a way that...
Oh no, the cannons weren't affixed, they were just behind. They weren't affixed to the body.
Okay, that's alright.
Sorry, I misunderstood.
Doesn't matter. The purpose is the same. That's the first time I've cast that. Been holding on to it for a while.
Yeah, good cinematic moment to do it.
Yeah, very cool.
Anya Solomon has left, taking 2 of the...
Anya Solomon's left, and I think he took 2 of the Warforged with him.
I'd like to...
Didn't know you were there, by the way.
Yeah, you are
you're
still there.
entirely in your own.
Yeah. I'd like to know where he goes, though. Do you think you can let Tywin know and see if he can track him?
Tilly's in there, invisible.
Oh shit.
Tilly's gonna try and keep eyes on the Warforged in there to see where they go. Is there any way that you can keep track of them at all?
I just basically immediately leap to closer rooftops and get down and then I will try to Hunter's Mark the Warforged. Actually,
I've
second level.
informed Tywin.
Thank you.
Please stay
Praise in
safe.
all of the group
I don't
chats.
plan to fight, I just want to know
At
where
the
he
earliest moment something bad goes wrong, just say.
Tell Tearly to get out of there. I've got eyes.
Tywin has eyes on the Warforged. You can get out.
The...
Right, I'll leave the warehouse, but
Okay.
I'll stay close.
Are you still keeping watch?
Yeah, I got him for 8 hours unless I lose
Well,
his concentration.
You watch as the this Warforged kind of walks over to the scattered remains of the Warforged and roll a perception check.
Well, after leaving, I'm gonna try to find Tywin, not the outfit.
19.
Okay. You watch as he kind of collects up all of the fragments and pieces that made up this Warforged, neatly bundling them together in a tarp and bundling them up. And you hear just the words. I'm sorry, brother. This cannot go on. It can't. As he takes the bundle and places it in one of his many bags. How are you exiting?
I guess through the broken door, Solomon came through.
Okay, roll me one last stealth check, just flat. What is it?
Nat 1.
Do you want to know what I rolled?
What?
25.
That one.
Nat 20.
I'm really sorry. I accidentally nutted that one. I think it has to be transferred.
It's your fault!
I manifested an accident.
Get ready.
How far away is the ship?
The moment I notice myself...
Quite far.
Oh wait, I won't go
like
visible.
visible range if you've got if you're on a ship. You can telescope.
Like feet?
Feet.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know an exact distance, but it's beyond the dimensional range.
I mean, if you dimension door up, you fall for a bit and you can just.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you can cast it what? You've got 3 4th levels, 2 5th levels, and a 6th level?
Yeah.
That's 6 times? Yeah. Is it within 3,000 feet?
Yeah. But
That is also traits that just...
you watch, well, more so, you're unaware, but you watch as, actually Tywin will do this before Teely will even, because you think you're being stealthy. You watch as this Warforged reaches into a statue and brings out a remnant of a different Warforged piece, and it's kind of like this, like about this big ring, and you don't know where Teely is, so you just watch this kind of like this Warforged walk towards Teely, that you can't see, and just kind of nonchalantly click a ring around Teely's neck as you become visible.
No. You don't just stand there.
Huh? Yes, you become visible
Yeah, but how does he know to do that while I'm invisible?
because he knows where you are.
But do I just stand there while it walks up?
Well, no, because So this is you concurrent. Okay, so to describe this, you are concurrently making your way out
Yeah.
as he's walking towards you, like in a very non-assuming way, because you're too focused on being stealthy. Time was the only one who this is a combination.
You'd
Part
absolutely
of
see
focusing
that.
to be stealthy would be.
This is a combination
I mean,
of
I
your
imagine
rolls.
you
with
were
a
focusing
natural,
on like talking to everyone
yeah,
else.
with a natural 1
Yeah.
and a natural 20. Tywin is the only one who sees as he approaches you and like places a ring around your neck,
Okay.
and you become visible. Well, that's
I'm gonna try to teleport away, and I imagine that won't work.
that's all we're in tonight's session.
Okay.
Could you at least roll initiative? It should be quicker.
Why are you bad?
I do not know.
If it wasn't a natural 1 and a natural 20, I would have given some leeway, but that was
that's fair.
He's just
Very
gonna make
horrendous
a
luck.
necklace. He's like, you're my friend now.
You're mine.
Well, good on you,
Such a good
sport.
friend, I can't go away.
No, you're my friend now.
Well, don't stand up. Sit down and give us a recommendation.
Exactly, Stuart.
Halo Reach.
Really?
Yes.
Cool.
Halo Reach was a fantastic... The only thing better than that would be Halo 3, but I'm not going to recommend that because now it's on the list as well.
You can't mention the
can't
game.
the entire Halo franchise is taken.
Yeah, the,
Too
the
bad,
Halo
idiots.
franchise
So
is now
anyway.
gone.
Yeah, so that was a pivotal part of my childhood, was getting an Xbox 360 for the first time. As a 10-year-old kid with not much else to do. Having 2 brothers and a couch co-op and no internet, so playing through the campaign missions of Halo Reach repetitively, going over to a friend's house who's like 5 minutes away and doing the same, getting really, really good at each thing when you knew each stakes. That was some fantastic bits. Halo 3, the soundtrack for the final missions when we were just bad at it. It's excellent. As a kid, everything seemed so much more intense with it. Now it's just like, just playing the game and just doing it. Nothing lives up to the nostalgia of that one, so...
Did you ever beat it on like Legendary? Is that the highest difficulty?
Maybe not as it is the highest difficulty, but maybe not as a kid. I don't remember. I don't remember what we played on. I think it should have been at least
It was
Heroica.
pretty tough.
I was good. And like the bits where you'd like really grind it out, there'd be something terrible there, but fantastic, yeah. Anyway, that's the best I can come up with given the whole session. So,
That's good. That's
sorry,
good.
sport.
Halo Reach is good. Cool. Well, thank you for joining us yet again. Do you want to mention the character cards? Because I think we've got. To
Oh
mention
yes,
that.
Yeah!
They've been on the whole stream.
yeah.
but-
I should have said this at the start of the stream, but we have some fantastic character art done by our good friend Becca.
Thank you, Deca.
Who
Hamish,
is-
point to yourself. Yeah, that's where they are on the screen. You're pointing exactly at them.
Oh, cool.
Over that way.
Am I off frame?
You are just off frame.
Nice.
Well, done by our wonderful friend Deca, who is, I believe their Twitter handle is Deca Tessera 3. But yes, go check them out.
Yeah.
We have some really good Tywin and Teely art, and then
Yep.
the others are okay.
Those are okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you for joining us, and make sure to follow us on Twitch, subscribe to us on YouTube, and follow us on all our social media, which is Dice Rev DND. You can follow us there to find out any updates that we might have, but otherwise, subscribing and following our Twitch are the best ways to find out when exactly we're streaming. But otherwise, thank you for joining us, and we will see you next time. Goodbye.
Bye.